good now.
Start again? Okay. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee of December 12, 2022. We'll start with the land acknowledgement, and Councillor Jeffrey will read that.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area, and we seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community nation to nation.
Thank you. Next item is the adoption of the agenda, and it reads that the content of the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee agenda for December 12, 2022 be adopted as amended. The addition is item 6.6, Staff Report P 2022-40, Ontario's Housing Supply Action Plan 2022-2023, Policy Consultation. This is in regards to Environmental Registry of Ontario Proposals 019-6177 and 019-6166. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines, Councillor Doherty, thank you. Discussion? All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Would there be any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, if you have one, please let us know as the meeting goes on. The next item would be business arising from the previous meeting. Would there be any? Seeing none, we'll move on to deputations. And we have 3 this evening. The first one is ICBL exemption request for the Seeds of Montessori. And this is with respect to 58 George Street in Collingwood. Would there be someone who wishes to address the committee? Please come up.
Thank the chairman and the committee for giving us the opportunity to come talk about this issue that we are facing under the ICBL 2021-024. I, Lakshmi Ranaweera, and Ms. Chrysann Barnetto are representing the partners of Seeds of Montessori, LLP. As a group, when we were working together, recognized that there are no enough full-time Montessori and daycare centers to meet the demand of the growing community of Collingwood and its surrounding communities. Therefore, we decided to open a full-time Montessori and daycare service in the city of Collingwood. Why did we select city of Collingwood out of all the cities around city of Collingwood? Because city of Collingwood is the hub for all the other cities around Collingwood. And a lot of people, they do come for work to Collingwood city. And they need this service so much because now the younger generation, the population is getting wider, and there are a lot of little ones who are looking for this daycare and Montessori, full-time daycare and Montessori services. So, according to this project, the first step that we had to follow was to find a suitable, a very reliable real estate agent for us to find a suitable place. So, we contacted our dear friend, Rochelle Reed, who is a well-reputed real estate agent who is serving in the city of Collingwood and its surrounding communities. With the help of Rochelle, we managed to find this building located at 58 George Street, Collingwood, which was a church at the beginning, and later it was a school for martial art. We have obtained the zoning certificate as the first step because according to the Ministry of Education guidelines, we had to find the zoning certificate as a first step. So we managed to get the zoning certificate to have this community because these Montessoris and daycares, they come under community service. So we managed to get this the zoning certificate. And then we contacted a licensed architect because with the consent of the owners of this building, we had to do a little bit of renovations inside to meet the Education Ministry guidelines to have this Montessori and daycare services. At that time, our architect brought up this issue regarding this ICBL 2021/024, and then only we got to know about this situation, and quickly I contacted senior building inspector, manager of building services, community planner, and the director of planning and building and economic development of the Collingwood City Hall through emails. At this time, actually, I have to thank all these officers who were very helpful and gave us the proper guidance, even though they were loaded with work due to the municipal election that recently held. With all the difficulties, they gave us the proper guidance what we have to do, and they advised us to forward an exemption request form, which we have done. And after rendering this exemption request form, today we were asked to come here to put in forward why we want this exemption. According to the we come under the changes of use whether or not they require any additional servicing capacity allocation. Because earlier this was a church, then a martial art school, and then we are converting it to a Montessori and a daycare service place. At this moment, I would like to request the chairman and the committee members to consider an exemption under ICBL 2021/024 because we have studied and we have got to know that this is a very needy community service that will help Collingwood and its surrounding communities. I have sent through email the pre-registration forms that we have received up to date. Actually, when I looked at it in our website today, there were 53 applicants waiting until we open this daycare and Montessori. Our capacity, according to this building and according to the ministry regulations, our capacity will be between 55 to 60 kids. And then with the staff and everything, it will be mostly maximum will be 70, and out of that 70, up between 55 to 60 will be kids from the age of 2.5 years to 6 years, but most of the kids, they leave by their 4 years because then they start going to school. And presently, this building is designated for 150 occupants by the City of Collingwood. I have attached the certificates issued by the City of Collingwood. Although we will be starting this daycare center and the Montessori, this will not run 365 days of the year, because we will be closing the school for 2 weeks for December holiday season, then the March break, and on top of that there will be public holidays, government holidays. There we are compelled to close the services on those days. And the water, presently the city have given certificates for 150 occupants for their meeting, their tea room and their meeting rooms. For everything they could have 150 occupants, and all will be adults, because this had been a martial art institute and a church, right? But we will be having the kids, mostly it will be kids. Our short-term goal is to open Montessori and daycare in the city of Collingwood, and the long-term goal is to expand the school to other surrounding areas to meet the demand of this service, to bring more jobs to the community, to bring more income to the city, to groom the future generation of Collingwood and its surrounding areas. At the same time, I would like to bring to your notice the consideration. Prior to 2019, before COVID, the majority of the buyers, over 75%, were in the 55 plus category, age category. And now it has come, even downtown, when you take the city of Collingwood, downtown, South Collingwood, East Collingwood, West Collingwood, the age between 20 to 54 years old have grown. So there will be more little ones that come into Collingwood and its surrounding areas. So I think that this is a very needy service for the future generation of Collingwood and its suburbs. Therefore, I once again thank the chairman and the committee for giving me the opportunity, and I, with Mrs. Chrysann Barnetto, would be thanking you all. And at the same time, I'm giving Mrs. Chrysann Barnetto, if she has to say something in regard of this, for you to consider and vote for us. Here is the chance for you, Ms. Chrysann.
Thank you. My name is Ms. Chrysann Barnetto, and I would like to thank the chairman and the committee for giving us this opportunity to come before you today to present our case. Ms. Lakshmi has touched up on most majority of the points that we were supposed to share with y'all. And I just want to say to please consider our appeal, and so that we can start this Montessori and daycare in the Collingwood area. And I want to thank you all again for giving us this opportunity to come before you with our case. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Would any of the committee members have questions? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So thank you very much to the deputants for being here to request. I know there's urgency in a number of ways with this, particularly with respect to young children needing daycare and somewhere to be so the parents can work. And so I guess my question will be through you to Director Valentine as to the possibility of this timing and doing a notice of motion this evening to support or consider an exemption of this in the December 19th meeting, understanding there's probably urgency in terms of repairs and having places for children.
Director Valentine, would you like to answer that, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just take a quick opportunity as well for the new councillors around the table just to clarify their request from the deputants. What is essentially being asked of us this evening is to consider approval of an exemption from the interim control bylaw at 58 George Street. And that would allow the folks here today to move forward with a change of use from a place of worship to a private daycare facility. And if the ICBL exemption is granted, that would allow them to move forward and receive the building permits that they need for their project. I would note that the private daycare is a permitted use, so there is no need for any other planning applications at this time for them to move forward. Throughout the interim control bylaw, this council has been consistent in its goal to provide exemptions to shovel-ready developments, particularly those that have a strong economic development, community, or housing impact. And to that end, Council had developed a short-term exemption program in 2022. The issue was the last intake for that program was in September, and the deputants, as they indicated, it wasn't clear to them at that time that they had to apply through the program. So the challenge for staff is we cannot, and we don't have the delegated authority to make exceptions outside of that short-term exemption program. So we suggested to the deputants here today that they may wish to come and make that suggestion directly of council, and that you may feel that this indeed does represent a special circumstance and consider granting the exemption outside of that short-term program. So what we did on the staff end is take a look at the documentation provided by the deputants to determine how much capacity would be needed to facilitate that change of use. And it has been confirmed that they require one single dwelling unit worth of capacity. So then we looked at our 2022 ledger, and we wanted to determine if there was any capacity remaining. And as luck would have it, there is exactly one SDU remaining in the 2022 bucket. So should council wish to consider this request today, we have drafted a resolution that would facilitate you doing so. Thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Can I also suggest that we could consider a motion to waive notice if you wanted to
Sure.
make that part of your discussion? Okay, so we should wait, she said.
Okay.
Because it's
All
going
right.
to council.
Okay. Sure.
Excuse me just for a minute. Yes, Councillor Ring? Yeah.
Through you to Director Valentine, you had mentioned that it is currently zoned as a church, and I thought we were just told that it was a church and then a martial arts school. What kind of zoning would the martial arts school need?
Yes, go ahead, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the councillor. The actual zone of the property allows a number of permitted uses. I don't have off the top of my head which one the martial arts would fall under, but essentially the uses have been along the lines of school-type facilities and place of worship. So we're confident that the use that the deputants are proposing does fall squarely within the permitted uses on the property. So that is why I noted that only an exemption to the interim control bylaw would be required at this time.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. I would be very pleased to second notice of motion. Oh, I guess I don't need to second a notice of motion. Anyway, because I am very aware that there is a need for additional daycare spaces. And certainly your application not only ticks that box, but it also would have both direct and indirect economic development benefits. So I'd be very supportive of this request.
And before I turn it back to Councillor Jeffrey, who's going to read in a motion today, I'll just say thank you for coming here. Very honored that you've chosen Collingwood to open your Montessori and daycare facility. So needed. I can't echo those words enough. And I guess it all goes to show why you already have 53 people on your waiting list and you haven't even opened. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, thank you. And I'll turn it over to Councillor Jeffrey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Hammond. Resolution that the lands identified below representing one exemption request to be exempt from the provisions of interim control bylaw number 2021-024 and added to the bylaw Schedule A for the purposes and uses outlined in this report for a total municipal servicing capacity commitment of an estimated one single detached unit equivalent on 58 George Street.
Thank you. So we'll vote on this at our meeting next Monday. Okay, thank you. The next deputation request, this is item 5.2 on the agenda, requesting support of the use of aluminum-clad wood windows on the second-story front facade at 43 Hurontario Street, Collingwood. Is there someone here to speak on that? Or online?
Yes, we do have two individuals on participating remotely, allowed to join into our meeting here today.
Thank you.
Individual
Hello?
that is unmuted is Christine.
Yes.
Hello,
I'm here.
Christine. Yes, go
Yes.
ahead.
Yes, good evening to the chair and the committee and to all attendees. I'm the property owner at 43 Hurontario Street, and I would like to make a presentation for the use of wood windows clad with extruded aluminum as replacement windows for my existing second floor front facing windows. Will the presentation be on screen now? I'd like to show the slides. Okay. Next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, this is the presentation for my esteemed tenant, Bill Lett. May I ask for my presentation? There's a second presentation.
Come up in a moment.
Very good. Thank you.
Does that look
Perfect.
familiar?
That looks very familiar. That's my building. Next slide, please, or do I flip them? So the second slide shows the existing windows, which are double hung and which are thermally inefficient and which cannot be opened for fresh air. I had a specialist, David Wiley Restorations, look at them, as well as Reliability of Collingwood, and both parties reported that the existing windows cannot be restored. Next slide, please. This is a detail of one of the three windows. Next slide, please. And this is the state that one of the windows was in August 2022. Reliability actually performed a quick fix and glued the sash back on, but the picture speaks for the condition of the windows. Next slide. I'm proposing Norclad wood windows clad with extruded aluminum. This is a cross section of such a Norclad window. The manufacturer of the windows is a Canadian company, Norwood, in New Brunswick, which has been manufacturing windows for over 60 years. The cladding on the window creates an airspace, so it makes these particular windows very thermally superior. I presented a handout today, which I believe every member of the committee was to receive. If you would take a look at that handout, because it was a page that was omitted from the presentation. Does everyone have that handout? It is a page from the Norclad website, and it speaks about Kynar finish. Kynar finish is a formula which this company uses, and it is a high performance resin, and it resists weathering, fading, and chalking in harsh sun or extreme weather conditions, aka Collingwood weather. That's why I've chosen this particular manufacturer. Next slide, please. The benefits of the aluminum are listed here, as well as the benefits of the actual wood window. The warranty on the aluminum cladding for this window is 20 years, which is a great plus for the property owner. Normally, wood windows require exterior repairs from time to time. With an aluminum product, this will be forgoed, as well as exterior painting will not be required for many years. Of course, the aluminum clad window will cost more than a wood window. And in addition, the heritage grant won't be available to myself, but I'm such a firm believer in the performance of the aluminum cladding on this window that I'm willing to accept these negatives. In the long term, I believe that I will receive more value for each dollar I spend, and there will be a saving in the maintenance cost of these windows. But most importantly, the historically correct window which Norclad is offering to produce will always look freshly painted, and it'll be a bonus for the Hurontario, the look of the whole Collingwood downtown heritage district. Actually, I have aluminum clad windows in my home. They were installed in 2004, and they look just as fresh and just as new as when they were installed. Another plus for these windows is that the interior will be finished in a Norcoat Flexicron, which has a 15-year guarantee. This will help in the savings that I have to uphold the savings I've lost. The next slide, please. This is a double hung window which Norclad produces, and it is in the pattern of 2/2 grill. And this is the same pattern that I wish to use for our installation at 43 Hurontario. Norclad offers many profile options and many casing options so that it is able to produce a historically correct replica window. Next slide, please. This is more detail of the previous window. Next slide, please. Again, more detail. Next slide, 10. This is actually the window that I proposed to have installed at 43 Hurontario. It has an arch at the top, similar to the arch at 43. And the grill pattern, again, will be 2/2. And the color, cloud white, which suits the red brick of the building. From the street level, I don't think that anyone can determine that this is not a wood window. I don't think you can distinguish that it is aluminum clad. Next slide, please. This is a building in Toronto on Roncesvalles Avenue. These are aluminum clad windows, and these windows were installed in 2020. And again, I'm of the belief that a person at the street level cannot distinguish between it being a aluminum clad or not. Next slide, please. Heritage home, next slide, please. My thank you. I hope that I've made a convincing case for the aluminum clad windows. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak to you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So now we'll call Bill Lett.
Hello. I'm hoping everybody can hear me okay. Great. Wait for my slide deck to come up. Wonderful. We can start with this slide here. This is great. So through you, Chair, to the committee, thank you for the opportunity to also talk to this address at 43 Hurontario Street and the three windows that you can see here. My name is Bill Lett. I'm managing principal with Lett Architects, and I would like to take just a little bit of time to tell you about who we are, and there's a reason for that. And Christine has done such a good job talking about the benefits of the aluminum clad wood windows. I'll try and speed through this as quickly as I can, as I know you have a long agenda tonight. So if we can go to the next slide. So just a bit about Lett Architects. Next slide, please. We are based in Peterborough, Ontario, and we work with municipalities predominantly as clients. We also work with not-for-profit organizations across the province of Ontario. We have a staff of 21, which is growing. We're broken down as following. Next slide, please. One of the things that we're quite proud of is that we're a certified B Corporation, and we're actually the highest ranked certified B Corporation architecture firm in Canada. What does that mean? It means that we really want to look at what the success of business looks like. We're looking at reducing inequality, lowers levels of poverty, a healthier environment, stronger communities. And this is a third-party certification process that we've gone through in order to get this certification. Next slide. We are also members of the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business and take our membership very seriously. Next slide. We're looking at different ways that we can construct buildings for our clients across the province of Ontario, and are members of the Integrated Project Delivery Alliance, looking at collaborative models of construction. Next slide. We're founding members of the Green Economy of Canada, and really proud that we've been involved with this organization over the last 2 years. Next slide. I was very fortunate to work with 26 organizations across the country to write the first guide to social procurement in construction and infrastructure projects. And we're in the midst of getting ready to issue the second edition of this particular document. And so that's a little bit about who we are, but why am I telling you all this? So if we go to the next slide, please. Christine actually gave it away a little bit, but this is going to be our new home. So we are opening our second office, which will be in Collingwood on the second floor of 43 Hurontario Street. Next slide. One of the reasons for this is we currently have work in the geographical area in Collingwood. We are working on the Georgian Triangle Humane Society currently right now. In Wasaga Beach, we have the South Georgian Bay Community Health Center. We've just finished a major project for Waypoint in Midland. And you can see here, we've got projects in other close municipalities as well. So it's an area that we're familiar working within, and we're really looking forward to opening up this office in Collingwood. Next slide, please. We finished the layouts. We're in the process of getting ready to apply for our building permit to the municipality this week, and we're very excited that this is going to be our home. So this is a little sneak peek of what it's going to look like. Next slide, please. So Christine's talked about the benefits of aluminum-clad wood windows. I can say that in our experience, we work with a lot of heritage districts in different municipalities, and we found that this to be a superior product over the wood windows because of the maintenance. We are working in areas like Niagara-on-the-Lake currently, where there are issues with wood windows because building owners don't maintain the windows. Typically, you have to repaint quite often, and so I thought Christine showed some examples of aluminum-clad wood, but I would do the same. Some of these are our projects, some are not. So if we can go to the next slide, please. I think this is a great example of a heritage installation. Next slide, please. This is a contemporary building, but made to look like a heritage building. Next slide, please. Another example here. One more slide, please. I think this is a great example from the Guelph area. Next slide, please. This is one of our projects where actually the heritage facade also has modern architectural elements like the red glass fins that you can see and the aluminum parapet as well with lighting. Next slide. We're currently finishing a building in a heritage district that has aluminum-clad wood windows here. You can see the tan building on the left. And that has a double hung window similar to what Christine's proposing. Next slide. So we think, based on our experience working in heritage districts as architects, that this would be appropriate, and also would suggest that maybe Collingwood consider looking at the bylaw to allow aluminum-clad wood windows, as other municipalities have done, to change from wood to aluminum-clad now that there are more historic options. Next slide. So through you, Chair, I'd like to thank the committee, and that's the end of my deputation.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lett, and welcome to Collingwood. Very exciting. This is a great night for deputations. I'm going to, we're going to discuss this. I'm going to move up item 7.1, but before I do that, would anyone like to ask questions of these deputants before we move on to discussion of the item? Yes, Councillor Baines.
I would assume to Mr. Lett, then, if you examined the same window in wood, is it available? And if so, what is the price difference?
Certainly, through you, Chair, to the committee member, as the window could certainly be installed in wood. Absolutely. Typically, wood windows can be less expensive than an aluminum-clad wood window. The issue, though, as I mentioned, is just the maintenance factor, because the wood windows do require painting on quite a frequent basis.
And any idea on the price difference? Is it 30% more or 30% less, or?
It depends on the supplier, but generally speaking, you can find wood windows, I would say, at 80% the cost of an aluminum-clad wood window.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to our deputant tonight. You alluded to, or well, more than alluded, illustrated the amount of work that you had been doing in other heritage districts, and you did allude to the fact that an aluminum-clad window in use in Collingwood would require an amendment to our current bylaw. But I'm wondering if you had been working in these other municipalities with a bylaw similar to ours.
Yes, go ahead.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Doherty, great question. We have worked in many municipalities that have a similar bylaw to yours. We have seen municipalities such as the city of Peterborough modify their bylaws to allow for aluminum-clad wooden windows. Over time, they've had enough deputations similar to this one that they realized that that the aesthetic was similar in nature and saw the value in a higher performing window, and did modify their bylaws to suit.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up, please. Now, my understanding is that wood is the recommended material for windows on heritage buildings because of its ability to expand and contract and to breathe. It has to do, I'm not an expert, but it has to do with also the nature of the brick that is used in heritage buildings and the fact that it needs to have that kind of material. So this is wood. So does it perform the same as a exclusively wood window in this particular building or similar?
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair. Fantastic question. Building envelope science is so important in historic buildings, and certainly we've had that experience. You want to make sure that where your air barrier and your vapor barriers are is critical. And in most cases, especially if we're dealing with buildings that have 3Y brick, we don't even do anything to the buildings to change the performance. In this case, this is still a wood window. It still has the opportunity to expand and contract, as you say, and it's really just the cladding on the exterior that is the aluminum. It doesn't affect how the window breathes or performs from a standard wood window. It really is just a face cladding that is in lieu of paint as a finish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, through you to the deputation here. You had mentioned in your deputation that a number of places and give examples of historic buildings. And you mentioned Niagara on the Lake, and I'm just curious, something in the same line as Councillor Doherty just asked. Did you do work in Niagara on the Lake? The only reason I'm asking is because, like Collingwood, there's not too many historical downtowns like Niagara on the Lake, except for Collingwood maybe, and we're both similar in size. I'm just wondering if you did have to deal with their bylaws, and B, if it was part of the presentation with them, did they have to change? Did they change their bylaws to suit to clad or aluminum-clad windows?
Yes, go ahead.
Through you, Chair, another great question. So in our case, we actually have an even bigger, broader example. We were the architects for the Shaw Festival Theatre Production Center on Queen Street in Niagara-on-the-Lake in the Heritage District. In that case, it was a more contemporary building as well within the Heritage District. So we went for not only an exemption to the bylaw with regard to the windows, but also with regard to the aesthetics and the architecture as well.
Yeah, did you have a follow-up, or is that good? Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much for your deputation. We appreciate it, to both of you. What I'm going to propose now is we're going to move item 7.1 up for discussion. These are the minutes of the Heritage Committee, together with a recommendation of the Heritage Committee, which has given rise to the deputations tonight. And we'll do it one step at a time. Okay, so 7.1, I'm going to divide it into two. The first part we'll deal with, and it reads as follows, that the minutes of the Collingwood Heritage Committee meeting held October 17 and November 2022 be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved, with the exclusion of the recommendations specific to 43 Hurontario Street contained in the minutes of October 17, 2022. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Baines, thank you. Any discussion on this? All those in favor? That's passed, thank you. And the second part of it is that and this is with respect to 43 Hurontario Street, that the Collingwood Heritage Committee recommend that the heritage permit to replace the second-story front west windows be approved, subject to them being wood. And now I'm going to pause at this point and ask if Director Valentine can please give us the staff report that was given to the Heritage Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, again, to distill the request of the deputations today for 43 Hurontario Street, essentially what they're asking councillors to consider is a decision on a heritage permit that does not align with the recommendation from the Heritage Committee. So before inviting Community Planner Teakle to speak to the details of the request and his recommendation, we'd just like to take a moment to provide you with some background on heritage permits and how decisions around heritage permits are made, again, recognizing that there are a number of new faces around the table today. So the town does receive and process in the neighborhood of 60 to 80 heritage permits per year. And heritage permits are generally required when landowners of properties within our downtown heritage conservation district or on other designated properties wish to make certain alterations or changes to the exterior of their properties, such as replacing windows, as you've heard today. And the reason that heritage permits are needed is to ensure that the built heritage attributes of the community are either retained or enhanced. So when we receive heritage permits for properties within our downtown heritage conservation district, of which 43 Hurontario is an example, they can be reviewed and processed essentially in three different ways. So the first way is that the proposal clearly meets the requirements of the district plan, the relevant bylaws and best practices, and in that case, staff are delegated to simply issue the permit. The second option is when there's questions or concerns around whether the proposal fully meets the intent of the district plan and the relevant bylaws. At that time, staff review the application and they make a recommendation to the Heritage Committee, which is an advisory body to yourselves as council. The Heritage Committee may agree with the staff recommendation, or like in this case, they may make a different recommendation. The heritage permit does get issued only after council ratifies the minutes of the Heritage Committee, which essentially formalizes their recommendation. So that's why you heard Mayor Hamlin pull out this particular recommendation for consideration separately. And then lastly, if there's a case where a proposal clearly violates the Downtown Heritage District Plan or the applicable bylaws, and staff believe that a refusal is warranted, then we bring a full report forward to council for your consideration. So today, what the delegate is speaking to falls into that second category. So there was some questions around whether the aluminum windows or the aluminum-clad wood windows would fit consistently with our Heritage District Conservation Plan. Staff made a recommendation. The Heritage Committee did not fully agree with the recommendation, and the owner is essentially seeking for you to uphold the staff recommendation. So we do have Community Planner Teakle, who reviewed the application, and he is our in-house heritage expert. And he can certainly take a brief moment to explain his recommendation and the details of the overall proposal before you move forward to any questions.
Thank you for that explanation. And Community Planner Teakle, I see you up there, so we'll turn the floor to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just very briefly, the district plan states that if a window cannot be repaired, replace it with one that matches the original and materials, usually wood, shape, sash, and glazing pattern. So in this case, because of the aluminum cladding component, staff took a cautious approach, as Director Valentine outlined, and took it forward to the Heritage Committee and ultimately Council for approval. And the staff recommendation, however, to the Heritage Committee was for approval to replace the existing wood windows on the front in the aluminum clad windows that are proposed. So staff are of the opinion that the request is reasonable, noting that the existing windows are wood and the proposed replacements are structurally a wood window just with an exterior cladding that provides a comparable character to a purely wood window.
Okay, thank you very much. Would the committee have any questions? Yes, Councillor Baines.
I'm concerned about this. I would assume it would establish a precedent. I remember the Vandermark boutique motel or hotel, excuse me, had disagreements, as I recall, with the town in regard to their windows. And my concern is that if we do this, implement this request, the Heritage Committee themselves, no doubt, are offering their opinion that it's inappropriate to pass this because their intent and not having sat on a Heritage Committee meeting would like to know more from their background, but I would assume that is my concern of establishing a precedent going forward, and that all the previous businesses that have proceeded with wood windows are then going to come back to us and say, now, wait a minute here. What about us? I realize Mr. Lett's point about that technology moves on, but I think even to implement that new technology, if you will, that a more fulsome discussion amongst the community and developers and builders themselves and building owners needs to happen, because I would think some owners of buildings might cry foul if we proceed with this. That's my comment at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. Now, having heard from Manager Tickle, and in addition to our deputants tonight, one of whom has ample experience with heritage restorations and heritage districts and heritage bylaws, I'm very comfortable in supporting staff's recommendation in this case. The biggest often the biggest source of disagreement between an applicant and the Heritage Committee and or staff can be replacing wood windows with material that's not wood. But in this case, we are looking at a material that is essentially wood. And in my view, the addition of the aluminum cladding is could be thought of as the same as paint without compromising the reason why and the performance of wood windows. So I'm very comfortable to support staff's recommendation in this case. And I would also be inclined to move that we have a review of the heritage bylaw vis-a-vis materials that can be used for windows, and perhaps add this as a recognized window composite that we could consider in future.
Thank you. Before I turn it, would you be prepared to move a motion tonight on this?
Well, let me see it first.
Okay, so this is I'll give you the words, and you'd have this prepared by staff, but you'll have to add on your second part. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
And I can talk now, or I could have waited until the motion was on the table. But I wanted to ask, within the minutes, it makes reference to Member Jeffrey suggesting that the bylaw be reviewed as a better guidepost for committee decisions such as this. So I guess through you, Chair, to Director Valentine, and because staff have made this recommendation, and I think the wording was usually would within what was read out to us, is there thoughts at a staff level that the bylaw, because obviously the committee doesn't change the bylaw, council does. So is there thoughts that perhaps the bylaw should be revised?
Yes, Director Valentine, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the Deputy Mayor. So Council will recall, as part of the 2023 budget deliberations, that in accordance with a resolution from Council last April, that there was a project included to review the heritage programs, policies, bylaws, etc. That is quite a bit of work to undertake, and with the existing resources and other potential financial commitments, at this point in time, that review, as I understand it, was moved to consideration in the 2024 budget, and staff would be supportive of that move by Council, considering the other priority projects that we have on our plate for 2023.
Let's follow up then. So, because I do have difficulty in an idea of not supporting our committee recommendations, but it was just to try to get understanding if we saw ourselves making a change more appropriately in the bylaw to help. They're just working with what we give them. So I'll have to take that under consideration. Thank you.
Yes. We're going to question from comment from CO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. I do think that I support what Director Valentine had mentioned that it would work well, as a couple of people have mentioned, that we, if we do an update to the bylaw, that it goes through somewhat comprehensively with good community input, and that we've tentatively placed that in 2024 as the next step, with a couple of other really key priorities happening this year that have been articulated as important to council. If there are other situations of this type where there's an unusual situation or a particular product, there is always this avenue, as we did with some of the painting pieces, to bring items to committee and then council, should there be sort of single decisions that are important in 23 that you'd like to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I agree with Councillor Baines somewhat. I'm kind of stuck on, and I guess it would follow the Deputy Mayor's comments as well. And I was wondering through you to perhaps Planner Teakle, if the committee made the decision based on these are the rules we have to play within, and if council wants to change it, so be it. Or was it a hard and these are our rules, we don't wish to erode what happens in the downtown core on front facing, and this is our recommendation. And the difference in that for me would be, okay, I'm okay then to go ahead and support staff's recommendation, but not if the committee was clear cut they didn't wish to move away from our standards at this time.
Community Teakle?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Jeffrey. So the Heritage Committee certainly likes or intends to uphold the policy with regard to wood windows as it's stated in the district plan, particularly when it comes to more prominent locations, such as front facades along Hurontario Street. The committee has been more open to instances where applications such as this have come forward for the rear facades, or in some cases side facades of buildings. And the same property at that same meeting, the Heritage Committee did consider the same product for the rear second story windows on this property, and they did recommend approval for the use of this product in that particular location, but weren't comfortable with that, additional aluminum cladding for the front of the building.
Thank you. Yep. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not really sure who it should be directed to. I'm gonna suggest maybe Director Valentine. In the bylaw, and I picked up on exactly what Planner Teakle had also said was, and it caught my ear, same as Councillor Baines, was usually would. And I'm wondering, that's kind of when you add a word like that into a bylaw, there's probably a reason for it. And I'm just wondering, because doesn't make it a hard, fast rule then. I'm just wondering what the rationale for inserting the word usually would. Was it to cover incidents like this, do you think?
Yes, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start, and certainly Community Planner Teakle can add his perspective as well. The wording that the Community Planner references not in a bylaw, it's in the Downtown Heritage Conservation District Plan. And you are correct, it does indicate usually would. So from a staff perspective, there is some flexibility to consider site-specific circumstances, technology, as Community Planner Teakle indicated, the impact of the particular product, and also to balance that with consistency of previous recommendations. So we try to strike that balance, and we do have some flexibility given the wording of the district plan. Is there anything further, Community Planner Teakle, that you would add to that response?
I might also just add briefly that it is also likely, not having been here in 2008 when the district plan was written, but likely is intended to capture other historic window materials that may exist in rare instances, such as leaded glass and those kinds of things.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I have one. I'm wondering about the wood material. It seems to me that wood is required, and we have products coming forward that it functions like wood, so we've heard, and it will look like wood, so we've heard. Does staff have any comments on either of those? Like, to me, that's what's important in a heritage district is how it's looking and functioning, and I'd want to be assured that that was the case. Director Valentine, could you answer that?
Actually, Madam Chair, I would suggest that Community Planner Teakle take you through the rationale for his recommendation.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So there's two kind of pieces there. So one, in terms of what is the best practice for a building of this age in terms of ensuring that it doesn't lose its heritage fabric and integrity over time, because if you slowly remove the original materials of the building piece by piece over time, do you still have the original heritage building? So that is one of the reasons why there is the general agreement that the best practice is to repair with like materials across the board when it comes to heritage properties. But certainly that needs to also be balanced with what is maintains the aesthetic character of the property and the heritage district, and is, reasonably flexible for property owners in maintaining their properties.
And just as a follow-up, in your view, does this look like a heritage product? This aluminum clad?
So through you, Madam Chair, yes, I have seen this product, not necessarily Norclad brand, but I've seen aluminum clad wood windows installed in other heritage buildings elsewhere. I'm not aware specifically of any in Collingwood yet, though there may be some somewhere that I don't know of. And they do have a very similar character and quality to them to a purely wood window.
Thank you. Yes. Did you want to add something? Go ahead, Councillor.
Well, with respect to, thank you. With respect to Councillor Baines, you were talking about setting a precedent. My thinking is economically setting a precedent the other way. In future, I think economically an aluminum clad window is far better than a wood one, maintenance-wise. Cost-wise, it's a bit more expensive to start. Longevity of the window is, to me, as a property owner, would be more important. And how it looks, I think we heard from the previous debutant that from 20 feet away or from the street, you cannot tell the difference. So economically wise, I think it's a good way to go, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to put a motion forward at this time?
Yes, I will. So I will read the motion that's been drafted and my hopefully acceptable addition. That council support the staff recommendation for approval of the heritage permit for new extruded aluminum wood windows on the second story of the west front and east rear facades. I guess we'll add 43 Hurontario Street. And further, that staff, during the upcoming review of the heritage bylaw, consider the addition of aluminum-clad wood windows to the list of types of windows permissible for use on heritage buildings.
Thank you. I was just clarifying that we can vote on this tonight. So would there be a seconder for that motion? Yes, Councillor Perry, thank you. Was there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, Councillor Baines, did you wish to say something?
Will state I'm going to vote against this motion. However, I support the second part of the motion. So,
shall we separate it into two parts?
if you would, I'd
Okay, let's do
appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so the
Your
first
Honor.
part is to approve the aluminum-clad windows for this property. All those in favor? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that passes. Thank you. Oh, all those opposed, please raise your card. And that's 3 opposed. Thank you. And the second part of the motion was to refer this issue for when the review of the heritage bylaw occurs. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll go back to The order of the agenda, we're now on staff reports, and it's item 6.1. So I'll read 6.1 in. P 2022-38, approval and authorization bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement and a major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant application, 76 Hurontario Street, and this is the Trott Block Commercial Edition, Town File D11622. That staff report P 2022-38, approval and authorization bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement and a major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant application, 76 Ontario Street, dated December 12, 2022, be received. And that site plan control application, file D11622, be approved, subject to the owner entering into a site plan control agreement with the town to the satisfaction of the Director, Planning, Building and Economic Development, and Town Solicitor. And further, that an authorization bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement for a commercial addition at 76 Hurontario Street be enacted and passed. And further, that a major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant be approved for the owner of 76 Hurontario Street, subject to the owner entering into a heritage conservation and maintenance agreement with the town to the satisfaction of the Director, Planning, Building and Economic Development, and Town Solicitor. So what I'll do first is introduce this matter by way of a report from Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have Community Planner Teagle here with us today to take you through the highlights of the proposal. However, I would just take the opportunity, and this is the theme of the day, that with so many new councillors around the table, the first few development-related presentations that you'll see, they'll actually have a few introductory slides, just so that to assist you with understanding what type of application is before you for consideration, and we can include any relevant legislative context that would be helpful for your decision. So in the interest of time, I'd be happy to concede the floor to Community Planner Tico with your concurrence, Madam Chair.
That's great. Thank you. Community Planner Tico, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So good evening again, committee members, rather. So this is the presentation for staff report P 2022-38 regarding site plan control and a major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant for 76 Hurontario Street. Next slide, please. So as Director Valentine indicated, I want to start off with providing a quick overview of what site plan control is. So site plan control gives municipalities detailed control of how a particular property is developed and allows municipalities to regulate the various features on the site. Council can designate areas of a municipality for site plan control, in which case developers must submit plans and drawings for approval before undertaking development. Site plan control can regulate certain external buildings, site and boulevard design matters, for example, character, scale, appearance, streetscape, and design. And further, municipalities may require a site plan agreement with the developer. The agreement could set out the details such as parking areas, elevations and grades, landscaping, building plans, and services. The agreement can be registered on title and must be complied with by the owners and all subsequent owners. Site plan control exclude matters of interior design or layout. Applications received prior to July 1st of this year are approved by council. Applications received on or after July 1st are approved by staff as a result of changes to the Planning Act through Bill 109. Bill 23 removed the ability for municipalities to control architectural or exterior design of structures except where such matters contribute to certain sustainable design elements as defined in the Municipal and Planning Acts. But as this application was made prior to the passing of Bill 23 and is also located in the Heritage Conservation District, matters of exterior design can still be considered with this proposal that I'll be walking you through. Approved plans are secured through an agreement with the owner and are applicable law for issuance of a building permit. Next slide, please. So the other application before you today, separate but for the same property, is with regards to a major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant. So on September 20th of 2010, Council passed a bylaw to provide a major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant. The program is a financial tool under the Municipal Act to help owners maintain and restore heritage properties. The program allows owners to apply for a grant equal to the difference in the municipal portion of real property taxes between pre and post redevelopment MPAC assessment. It is limited to the amount of reassessment that is a direct result of the restoration or redevelopment project. Subject to council approval, the owner would receive this tax grant in the form of a credit against their annual municipal property taxes for a maximum period of 10 years. Eligibility criteria for the program include a designated heritage property in the downtown. Work must be completed in accordance with the district plan. The owner can demonstrate that there has been an increase in the town's portion of the real property taxes for the property that is a direct result of a reassessment due to the redevelopment or restoration. The owner has entered into a written agreement with the town, and the project is a major redevelopment or restoration with a construction value of at least $200,000. The proposed project meets the program criteria, subject to entering into an agreement with the town. Next slide, please. So now that we've established what the two applications are before you, this is an aerial photograph of the subject property from 2022. So it's located downtown on the southwest corner of Hurontario Street and 2nd Street, municipally addressed as 76 Hurontario. The lot's L-shaped and wraps around the neighboring property at 22 2nd Street. Contains an existing building complex, the variety of commercial uses, as well as a bit of vacant commercial space. The property is designated heritage property as part of the downtown Collingwood Heritage Conservation District and has two buildings from the 19th century, most prominently the Trott block right at the corner of 2nd and Hurontario Street. Surrounding land uses are all downtown core commercial, and municipal parking lot A is located immediately west of the property. Next slide, please. In terms of the file history for the site plan application and the grant application, the pre-consultation meeting for the site plan for the development proposal occurred in August of 2021. A formal site plan control application submission was made in May of 2022. Also in May, council granted the property an exemption from the interim control bylaw. In July, the Committee of Adjustment approved a minor variance for reduced rear yard setback, as well as a reduction to required parking. Also in July, the Heritage Committee reviewed and made a recommendation for approval of a heritage permit for the project, subject to site plan control approval. In September, an application for a major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant was made. And in terms of water capacity, the proposal requires no additional capacity and will be consistent with historical usage. Next slide, please. This is an overall site plan for the subject property as proposed. So 2nd Street's at the top and Hurontario Street's at the right. The areas of the proposed additions are highlighted in green and yellow. The two original buildings on the property, being the Trott block and Trott factory, are also labeled. Green specifically indicates new building footprint, whereas yellow indicates areas where additions will be constructed over top of the existing buildings. The proposed redevelopment includes 2 3-story additions on the existing building to create a new lobby, stairs and elevator, additional professional office space, as well as a rooftop amenity area. The total gross floor area of the proposed additions is 720 square meters. The proposed elevator would also result in improved accessibility to the upper floors for persons with disabilities. The proposed rooftop amenity space would be located over top the existing Trott factory building between the 2 additions, and roof space not proposed for amenity spaces will be a green roof planted with vegetation. At grade in the entry forecourt, which is the open space off of 2nd Street, a new raised planter bed with an edge that can double as seating is proposed. And the proposal also includes paving in that area inspired by the Progress Pride flag and spaces for bicycle parking. This forecourt is currently used for vehicle parking and is now proposed as a solely pedestrian space. As such, the associated curb cut on 2nd Street is proposed to be removed and the boulevard pavers restored. Next slide, please. So to give you a better sense of what the proposal will look like once constructed, the next few slides provide some of the architectural elevations of the proposed development. So this slide shows the proposed North or 2nd Street elevation. Next slide, please. This is the proposed rear elevation as seen from municipal parking lot A. Next slide, please. And this is the proposed south elevation, which faces the shorter neighboring buildings to the south. Next slide, please. This is an excerpt of the landscaping plans for the entry forecourt off of 2nd Street. So again, 2nd Street's at the top of the plan. You can see here the raised planter bed on the right of the forecourt, as well as some bicycle parking and the paving inspired by the Progress Pride flag. Next slide, please. In terms of planning and policy analysis, the proposed development is consistent and in conformity with all of the applicable provincial and municipal planning policies and regulatory instruments as outlined in the staff report. The property is appropriately zoned for the proposed development and represents intensification of an already developed lot within the existing built boundary of the town. If approved, it would contribute towards achieving a complete community with compact built form and will facilitate additional employment opportunities with the introduction of more commercial space. The proposal also conserves a built cultural heritage resource and is supported by internal and external review partners. Next slide, please. In terms of the site plan agreement, we'll include all the standard clauses that are typically in a site plan control agreement. The number of special clauses and conditions are currently being refined by staff and the town solicitor. And once a site plan control agreement has been finalized to the satisfaction of the director and the town solicitor, the agreement would be advanced to the mayor and clerk for execution. Financial and security considerations for the site plan control agreement include a $5,000 administration fee, full payment of engineering services fee, securities to be submitted, and cash in lieu of parkland at a rate of 2%. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, staff are recommending in summary that council receive the report, approve the site plan control application subject to the owner entering into a site plan control agreement, pass an authorization bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement, and that a major redevelopment and restoration tax incentive grant be approved. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I turn this to the committee, I'll just ask if there's any members of the public who would like to address the committee on this item. Would there be anyone online?
One attend. I think it's a remnant hand up from the previous deputation. However, if anybody is participating online and you wish to address the standing committee regarding the staff report, please press the raise your hand feature. Not at this time, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Now, as it turned out, I already read the motion earlier, so I won't reread it, but I will look for a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor. Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. Would anyone like to ask questions? Deputy, that would be Councillor Jeffrey, thank you.
So thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I think this is a great proposal. There was only one comment in the one that gave me a little bit of consternation, and that was with respect to the $50,000 budgeted grant amount and how much this would eat into that in terms of the other $32,000 that is servicing the other grant applicants. So I guess that would also be determined on the effective date that the tax grant for this proposal would be. So it may not be coming up until 25 or another year ahead. But I just wanted to know if that's going to require a budget consideration for an increase in that grant amount.
Thank you. Who would like to answer that question? Director Valentine, is this for you?
Madam Chair, I think we might have Treasurer Quinlan
Oh,
online.
there she is. Director.
There she's appeared.
Yes,
I think
Treasurer
she's,
Quinlan, please go
prepared for
ahead.
this one.
I do. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Jeffrey. So I would say I would agree with you that likely for 2023 budget consideration, it wouldn't be necessary. The difficulty is when we calculate what the grant amount will be, it's based on the change of assessed value that MPAC would assign to this particular property. So I did add a little bit of sort of information in the bottom of the report as to the effect on town finances. And basically, for every $100,000 increase in assessed value, it means that the grant would equate to about $890. I think that we all know that generally, even though this project cost is predicted at or estimated in the neighborhood of $2.5 million, we wouldn't expect that the value of the assessment would increase by that amount. But I certainly think we need to be cognizant of what, maybe an estimate of what that increased assessment will be. And I have reached out to our MPAC contacts to see if they could give us an idea of that. But I do think at this point, if we just kept with the 50,000 in the budget for 2023, that we would be safe, but certainly would need to have an idea for 2024 to ensure we can cover it in that year.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
No, thank you, Mayor Hamlin, except to say through the treasurers, the fact is that we're committing to it now. So, I mean, that forward calculation, that's the decision we're making now to support it. And I think it's a reasonable one, but we have to do it without the understanding of what that impact on finances is going to be. I'm not sure it's something that you could have before the council meeting when we have the final approval of this, but the reality is once it's approved at council, our budgets going forward will be dictated to by what that calculation is.
I wonder, just to help Treasurer, just using even the construction costs of $2.5 million, which let's assume, as you said, is the upset limit for what additional assessed value could be added. And if we used your $800 odd for each 100,000 of value, what additional taxes would that be? Just to give us the really conservative high amount.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Jeffrey. I would say if $50,000 per year. I think it's difficult even for MPAC to give us a really great estimate of what that assessed value would increase by, but I wouldn't expect it to be up in that neighborhood, but you're correct. That could be the maximum. So 22,000 per year.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And since the treasurer, and I believe we'd be looking at 2024 probably too. So now I'm going to ask you about the pending CVA adjustments that are going to happen with MPAC. If that goes through in 2024, is it a proportionate thing that would be done? You'd be looking at the CVA value in proportion to the rest of the community, and then with the new CVA values, what we're anticipating a fairly large change to, proportionally though, would not change substantially, right? So I guess through you, Chair, to the Treasurer on that.
That is such a good question. Go ahead, Treasurer. Or
Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. So I think just to give you the way the calculation works for this particular rebate is we take the assessed value at the time or prior to the work being completed. We'd certainly have to look at if and when MPAC comes along and does do the evaluation, we would certainly have to look at the before and the after, but it would have to be based on either the new current value adjustment. So we would definitely need to have MPAC help us with ensuring it just so that they don't capture the two things at once, which generally they wouldn't. They would still say, here's your current value adjustment, and then here's what the new or the growth related or the increase, they would be able to give us that separately because the supplemental taxation would be caught up in that as well. So I'm not as concerned about that since they are able to give us that information. And certainly when we get to that point, of course, the tax rates will change if the value of our assessed value increases significantly. Of course, the tax rates will change as well.
Just to follow up myself on that, because I heard you, but I'm wondering if staff could give consideration to putting a specific clause in the agreement to cover off the eventuality of a reassessment, and we have a base year that's different from a higher value year. And is that something Treasurer Quinlan staff could think about?
Through you, Your Worship, for sure, we could include something that there's some kind of wording that provides a look at the base and making sure that the base information that's provided is accurate with prior to the change, but that it follows the CVA of that year. So we can figure out some kind of wording to make sure that we include that for sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Doherty, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess this question would be through you to either Community Planner Teakle or our Director of Planning. But I'll make a general comment that it is great to see two applications in front of us tonight for adaptive and expanded use of our buildings in downtown Collingwood. And especially when you consider how many municipalities, their downtowns are struggling very much. So this is just great news. Now, for with regard to this particular application, which just looks so exciting, I did have a question with regard to the eastern facing the front facade of the building, and whether there would be any further enhancement to the heritage attributes of the building versus what we see right now, because the fascias of those three front sections of that building don't look really heritage-y. A lot of these, the fascias, when they have been pulled out on some of our heritage buildings, have revealed beautiful stained glass or leaded glass or some other craftsmanship. So I'm just wondering, I mean, this may be all that it is, but I'm just wondering if there's any further work to be done.
Over to you, Community Planner Teakle.
So through the chair to Councillor Doherty. So the happy answer is yes. So they are planning to undertake restoration works to the original storefronts of the Trott block building itself along Hurontario Street and 2nd Street. Because those are just restorations of an existing building, those aren't specifically subject to site plan control, though the proposed elevations are reflected for those parts of the building are reflected in these site plan elevations. And a heritage permit has already been issued for those specific works, but I assume that they're probably going to start undertaking those at the same time that they do the other building works.
Terrific. Thank you. And just one other question. There is reference in the agreement to condominium agreements relative to this building, and I'm wondering, is this in reference to residential? Is there a residential component contemplated either now or in the future?
Community Planner Teakle, please answer.
Through the chair, so right now there's no residential component proposed. I'm not aware of any residential component, but of course condominiums can take a commercial form as well. So that's why there's those clauses in the agreement.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Would there be any further questions? Okay. I don't think I... All right, and I'll just add one further comment before we bring it to a vote. I'm just so excited for this project to go ahead. What a great improvement it's going to be on such a big piece, a big corner of our downtown at 2nd and Hurontario. I'm very much looking forward to it. And thank you so much to our staff, because I can see this has been given top priority and has gone through our process in a very speedy time. So thank you for all that and pulling everything together. I'll bring matters to a vote. All those in favor? Thank you. That would be unanimous. 6.2 on the agenda. This is with respect to P 2022-39, Part Law Control Exemption Bylaw, Resummit View Subdivision, Blocks 234-254 and Blocks 294-295, Town File Number D120622. Director Valentine, can I ask you to speak to this one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similarly, we do have Community Planner Dillman, and she's here with us in person to present her report. And in the interest of time, I would concede the floor to her at your concurrence.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that brief introduction there as well, Director Valentine, and good evening, Madam Mayor and members of Council. Tonight, I'll provide a brief overview of part lot control and the proposed part lot control exemption bylaw for blocks 234, 250 to 254, and blocks 294 and 295 within the subdivision commonly known as Summit View Subdivision. Just before we get into some other items, I can confirm that the proposed development was granted an exemption to the interim control bylaw on July 19th, 2021, and building permits have been issued for the semi-detached and townhouse dwellings. The purpose of the proposed bylaw is to exempt the lands from part lot control provisions of the Planning Act for 2 years. The effect would then create 46 separately conveyable parcels of land for the purchasers of those units. Next slide, please. And I recognize that there are a number of new faces around the table this evening, so I'd like to provide a brief overview of part lot control. So while part lot control is primarily administrative, there are a few related planning processes that will provide some context. So in Ontario, the subdivision of land is governed by the Planning Act, and generally land cannot be divided without municipal approval. So there are three main ways to create lots. First, the granting of a consent or a severance. So we might see this typically as an infill lot in between existing residential lots. So second would be through a plan of subdivision, which is a much larger scale of development. You may all be familiar with the Eden Oak subdivision here in town. Through the plan of subdivision process, technical matters such as functional servicing, the stormwater management, traffic, and urban design matters are addressed. And then the third is through a part lot control exemption bylaw. So this permits the further division of lots or blocks within a registered plan of subdivision and is typically requested for semi-detached or street townhouses. This is completed once the buildings are under construction and the unit foundation wall the exemption creates new lot lines. Next slide, please. This image shows the Summit View registered plan of subdivision, which is located on the west side of High Street and north of Poplar Side Road. A subdivision agreement was approved by Council on September 30th, 2019. The final registration of the draft approved plan of subdivision created the associated blocks for the proposed development and the application before you tonight. Next slide, please. The subject lands consists of 23 blocks within the Summit View subdivision. Next slide, please. Blocks 234 to 254 front onto Shipley Avenue. The reference plan on the screen shows the blocks divided into the 42 lots for semi-detached dwellings. Next slide, please. Blocks 94 and 95 front onto the southeast side of Archer Avenue. And this plan shows the 4 lots for townhouse dwellings. Next slide, please. No objections were received from external or internal agencies during the review of this application. Planning Services recommends that the proposed part lot control exemption bylaw be enacted and passed by Council for 2 years to allow for the creation of 42 semi-detached lots within blocks 234 to 254 and the creation of 4 townhouse lots within blocks 294 and 295 of Plan 51M1170. This concludes my presentation on this file, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Would there be any questions? Okay.
Actually, I do.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Baines.
To Planner Dillon, I'm new at this game. In the map that shows block 294, I'm just puzzled to understand, because it's that triangle. How is the homeowner supposed to enter their property and exit it? Because it doesn't seem it fronts on the street. I know you have an explanation. I understand about the easement, but I just don't see, for my untrained mind, how that works.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So rear yard access easements are proposed for blocks 294 in favor of those two interior townhouse lots. So this easement is required to ensure that the property owners have a way to access their rear yards without traversing through the interior living areas of their home. So this proposed rear yard easement is only for that one block on the subject application in front of you tonight. And I will note that those easements are consistent with the architectural
Oh, sorry. Councillor Jeffrey, did you have a question? Okay. Thank you. Would there be any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll read the motion in. That staff report P 2022-39, part lot control exemption bylaw, Summit View subdivision, blocks 234-254 and blocks 294-295, dated December 12, 2022, be received, and that council enact and pass a part lot control exemption bylaw for a period of 2 years to allow for the creation of 42 semi-detached lots within blocks 234-254 and the creation of 4 townhouse lots within blocks 294-295 of Plan 51M-1170. And can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Doherty, thank you. Would there be any comments? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Just a comment. We've been kind of doing these housekeeping things for a lot of years, but it was the first time I noticed the allocation of a period of time. And I'm pretty sure that came out of something from the last council. And I'm just wondering if we're educating our new council members tonight, we might make a brief comment on the benefit of having the period of time put into this motion now.
Yes, Community Planner Dillon.
you. The Planning Act does provide for specific time periods for part lot control exemption bylaws. And in this period, we have put 2 years. So 2 years, should council approve the bylaw would cease to exist, essentially. It would be no longer exempt those lands from part lot control. This allows the property owner to sell those properties during that time, and then the sort of the regular process would then apply to those lands.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Now, I think we'll just take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back to the agenda. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. The clerks pointed out to me that I did not read in the third paragraph of the motion relating to 6.2. So I will read that in now. And we already have a mover and a seconder. So, and it was the council enact and pass a bylaw, a part law control exemption bylaw for a period of 2 years to allow for the creation of 42 semi-detached lots within blocks 234-254 and the creation of 4 townhouse lots within blocks 294-295 of Plan 51M-1170. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to move up at this time one of the departmental updates, which is 9.3. This is the accessible on-demand service continuation update. As there are members in our gallery who are here for that item, so I thought we could accommodate them and have this item moved up. So, Director Slama, could you please give us your update?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to yourself and members of committee. And this evening, we do have our transit coordinator, Chris Wisniak, here, and he will be speaking to our departmental update on the accessible and specialized transit service provided by Collingwood. So I'll pass it off to Coordinator Wisniak, please.
Thank you, Director Slama, and thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council for having me this evening. So we're providing an update on our accessible transit services. As you may or may not know, we are undergoing some changes with regards to a transition from our Red Cross specialized service to landmark transportation. So in the midst of things, we've had a couple questions. So I understand we do have some new faces at the table. And I would like to provide an update and a bit of a background of where our specialized transit has started from and where it's at, and a little bit of update on how things are proceeding with our transition. So next slide, please. So the Collingwood Red Cross and the town of Collingwood originally got into an agreement in 1996 with E3 Community Services to run a single bus within the town of Collingwood to move people back and forth from medical appointments for those who required assistance in wheelchairs or cognitive disabilities or any other physical disabilities around town. That contract was a 10-year contract, and in 2007, the Red Cross assumed a full operation of the contract without E3 Community Services, and the town of Collingwood purchased 2 buses to provide for Red Cross to use to transport clients in and around the municipal boundary of Collingwood only. So this accessible service offers service to residents who are unable to access conventional transit, so our normal transit services. This is a requirement under the AODA guidelines, which were established, I believe it became legislated in 2011, where we were required by law to provide a parallel specialized service for those with disabilities who are unable to use conventional transit. In 2013, the Red Cross entered into a new agreement with the town of Collingwood, which has just most recently lapsed, which included a little bit more involved requirements under the AODA. There were some big changes in 2013, which I will get to later on in regards to the actual act. So the current Red Cross service serves approximately 6,500 rides a year. Now that was 2019 pre-COVID, but they still do have approximately 350 registered clients. And many of these clients are using these services to get back and forth to medical appointments, back and forth to the hospital for dialysis, from seniors' homes to family homes, It's a very widely used service and a very important service in the municipality. The rides for the Red Cross are $2 for adults and $1.50 for students and for seniors. And the typical scheduling pre-booking time for the service is approximately 5 days in advance, and that's currently through the Red Cross. Next slide, please. The next item is the Collingwood accessible taxi. The accessible taxi has a bit of a different history. In 2006, the town provided an accessible van to the local taxi operator to address a need from the community for an on-demand taxi-style type of accessible service, something that had not been offered by the local cab company or by the municipality. Within the first year of that contract, the operator at the time discontinued the service due to operational challenges, which included staffing resources, training, and insurance. So it was discontinued with the original operator, and the town ended up bringing that service in-house with its transit contract at that point, which was Sinton at that time, which is now taken over by Landmark. That company, Sinton Landmark, operated that service from 2008 to 2014 at an approximate cost of about $78,000 a year. And those are 2014 costs. In 2015, Ace Cabs approached the town under new ownership and made a proposal. And again, this was not publicly procured for the operation of the accessible taxi. The agreement provided 2 years of funding from the municipality to the operator to operate the 2 accessible cabs within the municipality. And the overall intention was that after the 5-year contract, the Ace Cabs would continue to operate the service as part of their normal operations, so that the town would no longer be paying a subsidy into that service. Right when that contract had been coming to an end, we hit the pandemic. The pandemic caused so many operational issues within the transportation industry, not only in the transportation industry, but everywhere, I guess. Staffing resources were limited, ridership was low, and Ace had approached us and let us know that we could not continue the service at the current arrangement, which was at no subsidy. And at that point, the town, through council, approved a monthly cost to subsidize the Ace Cab service. And again, this service operates the same as a normal taxi cab, with the same service hours and same booking procedures. And this service serves approximately 600 to 700 rides a year. And again, that's last year's numbers, with approximately, I would say, between 15 and 17 active users of the service. During the pandemic, when council approved the subsidy, the costs were approximately $75,000 per year, which we have continued to pay up to and including right now. And the ride costs and the rates are the same as a taxi rate. So this is not a subsidized cost for the rider. It is the same taxi rates as any other person using a normal taxi cab would pay. Next slide, please. So in regards to specialized transportation, I just wanted to outline what our requirements are under the AODA. Number 45 essentially outlines alternate accessible method of transportation. This is a small component of what our requirements are, but essentially what this requires municipalities with conventional transit to do is to have an alternate method or means of transportation for those who are unable to access a conventional transit stop. So this is where specialized transit generally comes in municipal transit authorities. Accessible and specialized parallel transit operate to adhere to the Act, and as well to provide a really desirous service within communities. Number 66 is fare parity. This is something that we experienced in 2013, which was bringing our original fares for specialized transit, which were originally higher because it was a more expensive service. The Act made us reduce fares to be the same cost as public transit. So right now, currently with Red Cross, our fares are the same as public transit, and moving forward with Landmark and our new contract, fares will be the same as public transit, $2 for an adult, $1.50 for students and seniors. Next slide, please. The other aspect of the AODA Act under the integrated standards are the hours of service guidelines between specialized and conventional service, which are also very important because that means that we are required to provide specialized service during the same hours of service that we have public transit. So anytime public transit runs, we are required to run specialized transit in conjunction at the same time. So everything is equal: fares, hours of service, and accessibility devices on vehicles. Next slide, please. So the second component, moving from strictly specialized service into accessible taxi cabs, there's a bit of a difference here because accessible taxi cabs are private entity. Under the Act, the municipalities who license taxi cabs have an obligation to consult with their accessibility advisory committees to determine the need and the steps the municipalities have taken to try and get accessible taxi cabs within the municipality. Now, the guideline stipulates consultation with an accessibility advisory committee. However, the integrated standard also says that the regulation does not state that a certain proportion of taxi cabs in a municipality must be accessible, and nor does it set a timeline on that regulation. So there's no clear-cut regulation for municipalities to have accessible taxi cabs. But we as a municipality have been providing this service since 2006 or 2007, and that's continued all the way to 2022, providing this level of service in town. Next slide, please. So with the changes that we have proposed for specialized transit and including the accessible subsidy to the taxi cab, I just wanted to explain our rationale for how we moved into a new contract and the steps that we had taken to come to where we are right now. So since the Red Cross was in service in 1996, there have been several contract extensions, mutual agreements for funding, different arrangements for vehicles. The contracts had never gone through a proper procurement process. Now, through the judicial inquiry and the transparency and openness that we want to be doing as a municipality under the purchasing bylaw, we feel that it was necessary to put this service to an open market to get a proper price and provide other bidders the ability to bid on this contract. So in 2021, our final year of the Red Cross service elapsed, but we went through an extension as a result of the pandemic. In 2022, this year, we put out an RFP for our conventional transit services and our specialized transit services. The lowest submitted bid for both services was Landmark Bus. However, the lowest submitted bid for specialized service was nearly double the cost of what the current Red Cross contract was. And again, the intention of putting our specialized and conventional transit services together was to be able to have one operator to provide a service that would allow us to get a higher level of service, access more drivers, more vehicles to be able to provide this important service that we have in the municipality. The other one I wanted to note too was our transit consultant during our transit service review and optimization study had one of their main 9 recommendations as part of their final report was to combine both specialized and conventional services into one single contract. Next slide, please. So from a financial perspective for specialized transit, at our current level of service right now, we are paying Red Cross approximately $134,000 per year. And we are paying Ace Cabs approximately $6,250 per month, which is about $75,000 per year. Those annual costs, $209,000 is what our current service level is. Mind you, our service with Red Cross has not met the needs of several of the users in the community. And that is one of the reasons why we moved into a new contract with a little bit more flexibility in providing a better and higher level of service in the municipality. So our new contract with Landmark, which will begin as of next Monday, has an annual cost of $250,230, all of which is reflected in the 2023 budget. The third item that is itemized there is the accessible cab service subsidy. That is not in the budget for 2023. That is a number that I have received from ACE as a estimate for the continuance of service if it was desirable from council's perspective. Next slide, please. So our new contract with Landmark Bus is beginning later this week. The contract for both conventional and specialized transit is allowing the town to provide a really excellent service within not only our municipality, but across the boundaries of Wasaga Beach and Clearview with our specialized as well. This is something that we had gone out together with between our municipalities in the RFP. We procured our transit services together, and we procured our specialized transit services together. It was a great example of the communities working together to provide transportation across our municipal boundaries. Landmark will be using the buses that the town owns, which Red Cross currently uses. So we'll be seeing those vehicles transferred over to Landmark on Friday evening this week. The service is a scheduled service. Now, when I say scheduled, I mean that we recommend pre-booking. There is the ability to try and book same-day service, but we're always recommending a pre-booking. And I had an opportunity to speak with Director Salama and CEO Skinner today. We've been getting bookings for this service, and we've been getting a lot of bookings for the service. So it's a great news. And there's a lot of people who are using the service. So I'm really happy. I've been speaking with a lot of users of this. You know, there is a little bit of anxiety, which is sure with change, but working with both Red Cross and Landmark during the transition has been fantastic. And I've been assuring our community members that this service will be just as good as Red Cross, if not better. So the specialized is the door-to-door service. So this is a door-to-door assisted service. So that's another thing that we need to consider when we're pre-booking. This is picking people up from their front door, helping them to a vehicle, getting them into a vehicle, getting them out of a vehicle, getting them to their destination safely with compassion and doing it the way that we need to do to make our riders and our clients feel safe. And again, with the partnerships between Wasaga Beach and Clearview, clients are going to be able to be transported outside Collingwood within the transit areas of Clearview and throughout the entire municipality of Wasaga Beach. And as Landmark and the town of Collingwood transitions to our on-demand transit platform in first to second quarter of 23, anybody with accessibility needs will be able to utilize public transit services as well, with a little bit more ease, using an on-demand platform and having a next stop arrival on your phone or mobile device will hopefully provide ease of use for our community members. Next slide, please. And again, with our conventional transit services, a bit of an update here. We've still been operating on a reduced level since the pandemic. Our ridership numbers are just starting to now come back to a level which are sustainable. So we were planning in first quarter of 2023 to reinstating the normal hours of service, which will provide 30-minute services during the midday hours between 9 and 3. And again, costs for resuming this service will be offset by some of the incurred costs that we had as a result of the pandemic. There were some increased costs that we had with regards to cleaning and disinfecting of vehicles. Those costs are now worked into our new contract. So those are reduced, which will now offset the additional hours of service for the public transit. The on-demand transit service, I'm currently working with the on-demand transit software provider, looking at doing our startup meetings and planning meetings. Their proposed date right now is in mid-March. They've got about 5 other municipal clients they're onboarding right now at the same time. So we're kind of falling in line with their schedule. And again, I just wanted to remind everybody that all the buses that we have in the municipality are low floor, fully accessible for wheelchairs, walkers, scooters, and strollers as well. So finally, the last thing I wanted to mention was that at last week's SIC meeting, there was a request in regards to the potential extension of the Ace Cab's accessible taxi, at least into the new year, while we move through a transition with the Red Cross and Landmark contract. I have spoken with Ace, and it is something that we can certainly make happen. Ace is being very cooperative with that, and I think that at this point, I would leave it in the hands of council for direction on how we would proceed moving forward on that item.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. Would there be any questions of council? Yes, Councillor.
I'd like to bring forward a notice of motion that council authorize a temporary extension for the accessible on-demand shuttle service until the first week of January for the approximate cost of $4,750.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a seconder for that? Councillor Potts, thank you. Would there be any questions of Mr. Wisniak? Yes, Councillor Baines.
Yes, to the gentleman whose name I've forgotten. I beg your pardon.
It's Coordinator Wisniak.
Coordinator Whitney, yes. Through you, Chair, is the lag time from placing your request for pickup still the 5 days that it was with Red Cross, or is it different? Because I noticed you said that if they could possibly accommodate a same-day pickup, they would do so.
Yes, go ahead, Coordinator Wisniak.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Baines. Yes, at this point, I want to say that we can accommodate same-day rides. Again, we're onboarding clients right now from Red Cross, and we're getting several new clients as well. So the amount of clients actually is quite surprising. And the more bookings we get, the more full our schedules get. So the more full our schedules get, the less flexibility we have unless we add another vehicle. So these are areas in where potential costs can always increase. If we're looking at an extreme demand in accessible rides, and we're still looking at maintaining a same day level of service booking, unfortunately, with maintaining that high level of service ends up coming at a cost. So if I'm always recommending that clients pre-book because it guarantees their spot. But again, I would like to say that we're going to be trying to accommodate where we can, and I think that's what we've been trying to communicate through our communication staff. But it can't be guaranteed all the time.
Follow up, if I may. Thank you. Just a follow up. Logistically, can you explain to me how is it with a computer program or what? You have all these requests coming in, say in the morning for appointments in the days to come. And they would presumably also have to list not only where they're picked up, but where they want to be dropped off. Well, somebody's got to do the sorting out of all these requests. Is it done by computer or is it done by an individual? Must be a logistical nightmare.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Baines. Yeah, our operator Landmark has got a scheduling software that they're using, which is it's carrying all the information for a rider that gets communicated to a driver. We're dealing with riders with certain disabilities, with certain ailments that can make them more vulnerable. We have a lot of people going to dialysis, so drivers are going to be wearing masks during those trips. They have certain mobility devices. We have to store these devices. We have instructions how to pick people off, how to drop people off. There's a lot of moving parts to it, and there's a lot of transition that we're going through right now. So it is a bit of a logistical nightmare, but we're making it work. And we've got two fantastic providers, Red Cross and Landmark, that are working together with the town right now, and the cooperation is fantastic. So I'm really confident in the way that it's going to turn out.
No further questions.
Any other questions? Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, Chair. So just so I'm clear, when we transition to on-demand accessible transit, we will no longer have door-to-door service. Am I right?
Yes, go ahead, Coordinator Wisniak.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Doherty. No, that's not correct. I want to make sure that when we're using on demand, we're focusing mainly on the software. On demand is the software idea that we're planning to use. And in relation to conventional, like normal transit services, we're looking at underperforming areas of transit. So instead of having empty buses running around, buses will stay stationary, or a single bus will stay stationary and only move when it's called. That's going to reduce reduce fuel costs, maintenance costs, operation costs. When it comes into specialized, that on-demand platform, so the interface that people can use, so the app, the web access, the telephone, phone in booking, that whole aspect of things from there is how the on-demand platform is going to be transferred into specialized. So it's only the software portion that is going to be moving into into specialized. It's not going to operate as it's going to be operate completely differently than our conventional services. I hope I answered your question.
CO Skinner's going to have a go at it.
Thank you.
Thank you through the chair as well. I think the second part of your question was about whether people using specialized transit will remain going door to door as time goes on. And the answer, I believe, is yes, people will from the first day and onward into the future for specialized transit be picked up and dropped off at the doors.
Okay, that's key. Great. And if I may ask
Go
a
ahead.
second question. The user of the accessible taxi at the moment, according to your presentation, pays full fare. Am I right? Like a full taxi fare?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what does the town cover with our subsidy then?
Go ahead, Cia. Would you like to answer that?
Through the chair, in addition to the full taxi fare, which is paid by the client to the driver, the town pays the additional, and the coordinator Wisniak can note, but it's about $6,500 or so per month, or an approximately $80 for every ride. But it would depend on the number of rides that are provided in any given month by the taxi service.
So, but what specifically does it cover? Like, what are we paying for?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'd like to ask the coordinator to respond, please.
Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Doherty. The subsidy is covering a cost to ACE cabs that they've incurred as a result of the pandemic. The increased insurance costs, the struggle to find qualified operator, which they would have to pay more to operate the service, and the maintenance of 2 accessible vehicles, none of which they would be having if they weren't providing this service to the municipality. So in order for ACE to continue this service, they require the subsidy from the town. And this is essentially where we were during the pandemic, having this conversation about what did it cover. But that's what it, yeah.
Thank you. I understand now.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I think first I'll just thank Coordinator Wisniak for the extensive report. Really appreciated. Not only are you transferring from one service to another, you're transferring from one council to another. So it's a difficult challenge to get this all through to us. I wanted to ask about, and I just read this in the local media. There was a note in the paper about an $81,000 amount that would be coming to Collingwood in regards to some recovery of COVID costs, and it had to do with transit. So if that's correct, I was hoping that we could maybe get a little explanation as to what that can be applied to. If it's applied to 2022 or is it applied to 2023? And I guess through you, Chair, to Treasurer Quinlan, I guess, if that's
Yes,
appropriate.
and there she is. Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. That is correct. We are receiving another round, or phase 4 of the Safe Restart funding. It's in the amount of $80,000, and it's to be applied to services between February of 2022 to, I believe, the end of December 2022. We've used this funding in the past. In the last couple of years, we have received the first 3 phases, but essentially the funding is put in place to help with the reduction in revenues, primarily for us in correspondence with, since COVID has hit, and any other additional COVID related costs we might have, which include additional cleaning, both of the transit building, the bus stops, as well as the buses themselves. And throughout COVID, we also had hired a security company to help us with the transit depot on Pine Street. And it also helped to offset those costs.
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. Just to follow up then. So it relates to 2022. Would it be part of your already anticipated in your estimate of $184,000 for surplus at the end of the year then?
If I may, Your Worship, through you
Treasurer,
to
yeah.
Deputy Mayor Fryer. It has not been included. In fact, we just received the notification this week or late last week, I think. So we were not aware of the phase 4 funding coming through.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Ring, or why do I do that every time? Councillor Potts, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Maybe just a question to Coordinator Wozniak. There's been interest in the past week or so brought to me about local businesses in the community wanting to look at advertising on the town buses and looking at, maybe subsidizing or trying to find a way to offset some costs. Is that maybe something for consideration that we can look into to maybe help, contribute towards this service that, moving forward, benefit from maybe some funding coming in that way?
Coordinator Wozniak, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Potts. Certainly that's an option. It's been an item that we've been asked to look into before. And I think that it's an excellent idea to look for sponsorship and advertising opportunities for these types of services. So if that's the direction of council, then certainly that staff can look at opportunities to help offset operational costs for transit as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up, yeah, I think with the interest, it would be something that I don't know what the proper process would be, but something that potentially we should be looking at doing. Thank you.
Perhaps I'll ask you to bring a motion once we finish with Councillor Perry.
Sure.
Okay,
Yep,
thank
thanks.
you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. Actually, just to add background on that, I know that we have looked at advertising on our public transportation vehicles, and I'm just wondering, when was the last time we looked at it?
Councillor Wozniak, can you, do you have that information?
Sure, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Doherty. I believe we did it once in 2009 and once again in 2017. I can look back into the reports. From my recollection, there were a couple things that stood out. One was the sign bylaw in town and how municipal transit shelters and vehicles would be exempt from that bylaw. At that point, I believe it was the director of building, Mr. Pluis, who was in charge of that bylaw. So there was an issue with that. The second was who would be doing the administration and installation of related sign infrastructure on shelters and buses, and who would be managing the sponsorship and the funding and whatnot. So there was two options: either doing it in-house or hiring a third-party service that does the, they get the clients, they install, they take a cut, you get a revenue check at the end of the month. So there were two options that you could do. So it's something that I can, again, put together a report probably pretty swiftly to do an update on that.
Mm-hmm. As I recall, the 2017, we determined at the time that it wasn't going to be financially feasible. We just wouldn't get the return. But, that was 5 years ago. So, maybe Councillor Potts has a good idea there that we have another look at that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Through you, Mayor Hamlin, please, to Clerk Almas. We've heard that Councillor Perry is interested in putting a notice of motion forward. Is there the ability for a friendly addition to that, if you consider it, some wording in regards to looking at avenues to fund it? And one of them is the idea of perhaps signage on the buses? And through you to the clerk, I guess.
Good.
Thank you, through Mayor Hamlin to Deputy Mayor Fryer. My suggestion would be that they would be kept separate. This is an immediate action for the temporary extension. We would not be able to have a report back, quickly regarding that. So if there's another notice of motion that someone would like to present, either this evening or next week, we could add that to the agenda.
Thank you.
I guess just as follow-up, then I turn to Councillor Potts and ask, are you prepared to put a notice of motion on table tonight?
Yeah, I would if that works.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple of questions. Firstly, you mentioned that with respect to the Landmark bus service, that there are a number of new clients who've been contacting, I guess, Landmark to get appointments. What accounts for the new clients?
Well, sorry, Madam Mayor. There were some restrictions with Red Cross, and I think this was partly one of the reasons why we've separated away. They had a requirement for riders to be over 18, which was a problem for us. So we've got the opportunity to gain some younger riders on the transit bus. We also have different hours of service that are operating a little bit more frequently. Red Cross, again, was being more pre-booked, but the way that it's going to be with Landmark, I think we're going to have a lot more flexibility on how we move rides around in the off hours, that is. There are also more clients from other municipalities. There's some from Wasaga Beach, there's some from Clearview. This is a service that is going to be cross-border, and also Wasaga and Clearview are paying the same amount as we are, just to make sure that we're all aware of that. Nobody's paying more than one. So I think that's where the majority of the riders are coming from. I think that Red Cross still had some pandemic restrictions on. There were some rides that were only limited to medical appointments and hospital, whereas now we're able to branch out and provide a normal service to the community. So I think that's where we're starting to see more of the riders. And I think it's a great thing to start getting, especially the people who are more vulnerable, more vulnerable, out back on the bus and getting to where they need to be.
Thank you. And my other question is, why, you mentioned there's about 16 users of the taxi service. And I took it that taxi was you call and say, get here, as soon as you can, and then there's a ride. Why has that service been important? And have you heard from those 16 users as to why the proposed or the new service offered by Landmark won't meet their needs?
Again, through you, Madam Mayor. I've heard a number of things. I've been to a number of the accessibility advisory committees where there were some deputations from individuals for people who use the accessible service to get around after hours, after 9 o'clock, when the transit isn't running or Red Cross isn't running, to get to social functions. Similarly, on holidays, people find it advantageous to use an on-demand, to call the cab if they need to get to a family's house. That's where I've seen a couple of them from people who have contacted me with who rely heavily on the accessible cab. And the other one is the hospital. The hospital is another client who uses the cab, especially if there's somebody who sustains an injury which requires transport in a wheelchair. So if somebody breaks a leg, some skiing, I guess, and they have a cast, they need to be transported in a wheelchair. The hospital lends a wheelchair to the cab to get somebody home, and that's how people, and that could be after hours. So those, I haven't heard from every user of the service, but a handful of them, I'm aware of the concerns that do exist. And I understand the flexibility that service provides. It's just when we're looking at the numbers, it's a lot of money per ride that the town's paying per person, which is around $80.
I can see, I just did a quick calculation. It would be for 16 users about $5,000 each for what's being proposed for this year. So I'm less sympathetic for social functions because if people can plan ahead. Anyway, I'm thinking they could maybe arrange for the service that we're going to provide. But what do other communities do to get their people from the hospital after they break their leg? There's hospitals, in a lot of different communities. And as I took it from your comments earlier, we're a bit of an outlier having on-demand taxi service that's accessible.
Yeah,
Do you know?
Madam
Yeah.
Mayor, it all depends on the size of the municipality and the size of the cab company that a municipality has. I can go to Hamilton, and when I take my grandma out for dinner from her home, I usually book through HandyTrans there, and I have to book 3 or 4 days in advance. Now, I've forgotten to do that before, and I can call the local cab company. You can't do that in every municipality, though. Not every municipality has a cab company that has purchased the infrastructure to operate that. And because private companies aren't legislated to provide that, that's not something that a municipality can force onto onto a private company to purchase. There are different regulations for private versus the public in that aspect. Now we're doing above our requirements under the Act and in service level as well. And I feel that we've always done a really good job. And we're hoping that this new contract can help, we may lose one, but we're able to boost another to be able to get the service, to where it needs to be.
Okay, well, thank you very much for those answers. Those are all the questions I had. So we'll deal with Councillor Perry's motion now. We've had all the discussion. All right, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, hold on. Oh, sorry, it's a notice of motion, so we'll deal with that next Monday? Next Monday, okay, so it's just been read in, and that's great. So over to Councillor Potts. She said it correctly.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Okay. And I may just look to the clerk just for assistance, as it is my first motion. But basically my motion would be to direct staff to provide a report to the feasibility to incorporate paid advertising displayed on our transit vehicles as a potential cost offset.
Great. That sounds great. Thank you. So we'll deal with that next Monday. Okay, good. All right. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you. Would it be a friendly amendment to add transit shelters as well?
Okay, taken as a friendly amendment. Okay. All right, thank you. So that's that item, and we'll go back now to the regular order of our agenda. Sorry, yes, CAO?
Thank you. I think, Madam Chair, just on the last item, there is a transit changeover in service starting on Monday. And as council has a notice of motion in front of it related to the extension of ACE cabs, potentially, pending your vote on the 19th. From a staff perspective, we do have some delegated authority financially, and it would be my intention to continue that service until your vote on the 19th. I wouldn't want to do it any longer than that because it's a level of service item. But for those additional less than a week or so, I think that if ACE Cabs agrees, we would continue that service just in the interim.
Okay, thank you for letting us know that. That's great. Okay, now we're going to do the next quick item. Okay, don't be facetious. Okay, it's 6.3, traffic calming policy update. And for this, I am turning it over to Director Slama.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hamlin. Yes, I'll start, but I did want to mention that I do have a couple of my peers from the engineering department with me this evening to assist with questions as they did put this report together. And so I've got Acting Manager Stuart West here and also our engineering technician, Mike Sokol. And since the committee hasn't met Mike before, I want to take the opportunity to introduce Mike. He is the newest member of our engineering team, and he's come to Collingwood with a solid background in active transportation and traffic management. So Mike helped in the preparation of the staff report and the recommendations found therein. So I just wanted to mention that. So I'm just going to...
On behalf of council, welcome, Mike. We are glad you're here.
Thank you. So I'm going to say a few words before Acting Manager West begins the presentation. And I just wanted to touch on how traffic calming is one tool that is used within a larger engineering consideration, and that is road safety. So speed on Collingwood's local roads is an important factor as we look towards implementing the vision of our community set out in our community-based strategic plan. The community-based strategic plan highlights the significance of supporting a healthy living lifestyle with safety paramount within the active transportation structure. Collisions do occur between motorists and pedestrians, cyclists, and other multimodal users. And studies show that collisions that occur at a lower speed result in less severe injuries and less fatalities. This vision for our community drives and shapes our technical analysis. Traffic safety is a well-developed field of engineering which relies heavily on many years of data and statistical measurements of the actual changes when safety improvements are installed. And that means that the results from billions of actual trips guide the decisions we make. One of the well-accepted options is to utilize the road safety management process outlined in the U.S. Highway Safety Manual. This includes screening the network to show where action may be warranted, diagnosing the cause of problems, selecting the appropriate action given economic considerations, and prioritizing the locations for the actions. So our traffic calming policy fills one part of this process. It looks at options for action where the specific cause has been diagnosed is speed. So just with that preamble, I will now turn it over to Acting Manager West to take the committee through the highlights from our staff report and the staff recommendations presented for committee's consideration this evening. Stuart?
Thank you very much, Director Slama. Good evening, members of council and Madam Chair. Engineering Services is asked to provide an annual update to the previously approved traffic calming policy when it was first presented to council in May 2021. Our goal is to provide just a short list of updates to council on the effectiveness of the policy and a list of recommended changes as necessary. Next slide, please. So Engineering Services has received an increased number of requests for traffic calming on various roads throughout the municipality over the last several years. Staff are supportive of implementing these changes, but the policy is really required to ensure that traffic calming installations are done in a consistent and effective manner. The policy that was before you previously and here today clearly outlines the procedures, the warrants, and authority for staff such that the requests that come in can be dealt with in a fair and objective way. And the need for an annual review, though, is appropriate, as there should still be a way to consider modifications to the policy over time, as of course that priorities and guidelines change often. So several other related studies are also ongoing and proposed over the next year, including the townwide speed reduction study and the master transportation plan, both of which are accounted for in the 2023 budget. Next slide, please. And I've clearly skipped ahead a little bit, so I've already spoken on these points. So next slide, please. So in 2021, a petition for 2nd Street was received with 51% support from the residents on the street. And subsequent studies showed that the 85th percentile speeds were only at 51 kilometers an hour, or in other words, just 1 kilometer per hour over the posted speed limit. So accordingly, the request in 2021 was not eligible to advance any further. In 2022, a public request for traffic calming on Stanley Street was also received. The requests claim that speeding on Stanley Street is occurring due to traffic avoiding the temporary traffic calming measures that were installed on Findlay Drive. The town has been communicating with these interested parties and residents, and we expect that a petition will be resubmitted shortly in the appropriate format. So there were also complaints received about speeding on Cranberry Trail East. And staff were very interested in getting a baseline level on the speeding, something that occurs before Cranberry Trail West and Cranberry Trail East are connected, as well as the signals to be installed at Highway 26. And accordingly, this data was collected in October, and an average operating speed was found to be under 55 kilometers per hour. And the need for traffic calming was not necessary at this time. However, staff do acknowledge that the need for pavement markings is absolutely necessary. And this requirement is for the developer for the Blue Fairway subdivision development. And this will occur as part of the signal installations and a final lift of asphalt installed on the road. Next slide, please. So temporary traffic calming measures were also installed in 2021 and 2022 this year. And this was a way to provide immediate traffic calming measures in the higher risk areas of the town and community safety zones. They're listed here under 2021 for the table. And they're generally located on roads near the public and Catholic school zones within the town. The temporary traffic calming measures need to be removed in the fall every year to allow for winter maintenance activities. And they're then reinstalled in the late spring following after street sweeping, excuse me. In 2022, the measures were installed again, and Public Works staff have indicated to management that the temporary measures are time and resource consuming. So as such, the need for permanent measures are recommended over the long term, and Findlay Drive and Peel Street are two such locations that are priority construction locations for the near future. Although traffic calming measures do not require a formal public information center, they're considered Schedule A+ projects as part of the municipal Class CA process. Staff still plan on incorporating public input for these projects in the future. Next slide, please. Staff are recommending two primary changes to the policy on a go-forward basis. Currently, roads that are already subject to traffic calming requests are not eligible for additional reviews until 5 years have passed by. Staff recognize that concerns that vehicles and driver behavior within Collingwood is changing quickly, and that could be as a result of rapid growth within the community. Therefore, staff are recommending that the term for reevaluating the roads that are under consideration be lowered to 3 years from the original 5. And it's also been flagged that the current speed criteria values outlined in the screening criteria section of section 5.2. This may also contribute to eliminating too many candidate roadways just by simply not meeting certain speed exceedances. We believe that the exceedance range should be lowered from, as you can see here under the existing policy column. Right now, for posted speeds of 40, they're shown as the 85th percentile speed has to be 45 kilometers per hour. And for 50 and 60, it's an additional 10 kilometers per hour that the speeds have to exceed by. So what we're proposing is to instead leave the 45 kilometer exceedance as alone, but and that would be the minimum required exceedance. But for 50 and 60 kilometer an hour posted speed limit roads, that would only be 10% exceedance instead of the 10 kilometers per hour. And this is highlighted here. So next slide, please. So staff continue to participate in groups such as Roscoe and evaluate the need for automated speed enforcement in Collingwood. Staff also intend to bring forward recommendations on the town's community safety zones in the future. We hope to bring this forward in a report in 2023 with a summary of changes recommended for the community safety zones for items such as signage, speed limits, and other areas that should be identified. Next slide. And once again, this is just a summary of the recommendations to change for the current policy. So this would be something that's been identified in the staff report. Next slide. And effect on town finances. So the 2023 budget includes the design and installation of permanent traffic calming measures on Findlay Drive. That's been identified as one of the priority streets for traffic calming, as well as the design of traffic calming measures on Peel Street. Peel Street from, Hume Street down to Collins. It'll proceed as part of a larger road reconstruction project. And additional projects will need to be identified in the future budgets and capital budgets starting in 2024. As well as there's a few other related budgets that we've listed here just for your information as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so this concludes the traffic calming update. If there's any questions, myself, Mike Sokol, and Director Slama are here and available to try to answer any of them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Before we get to the committee, I'll just see if there's any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this item. Hi.
My name's Kate Hobson, and I've been here several times with the previous council to talk about traffic calming. I'd just like to reiterate that I feel like we need a more proactive traffic calming policy rather than reactive. I feel that the onus is on individual citizens to come forward, create petitions, get signatures, rather than the town itself recognizing the issues and implementing strategies. And I also like to ask how the plan is for new development and any new construction with roads. Like, how are they going to be identified as areas that need traffic calming rather than just residents signaling it? Is there a process for that already in place that
I'm good.
Forward?
Okay, so let's just stop. So would this be something Acting Manager West, can you address that?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, no, it's an excellent point. We do hope that through some of the other fairly major studies that are planning on occurring in the next year, so the Master Transportation Plan and Speed Reduction Study, it does make sense to take more of a proactive approach to this. However, you know, it sometimes can be difficult to be all places at once throughout the year to try to understand where some of those issues are. So yeah, through those more major studies, we do hope to start evaluating some of the other potential locations in town that this could be installed. But absolutely, we feel that the people that live on the streets have an excellent idea of what's going on as well. So this really gives them a policy and a procedure to take to let the municipality know that you know, we live here every day and we see the issues that are occurring. But having said that, I do agree with it. And on the development side, yeah, engineering staff are reviewing road and subdivision designs that do come to the town. There's been a number of draft plans that have approached the town. There's only a handful of registration of subdivision applications that are ongoing right now as well, but I can say with certainty that for the draft plan of subdivisions, at least, there always is a condition that needs to be met that the developer will adhere by the traffic calming policies that are outlined in the policy we have here attached to the staff report. So I don't know if that answers the question, but unless Director Slama or Mr. Sokol has any other further thoughts.
Director Slama, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, thank you, Worship, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think Stuart did a good job, but I do agree that, you know, the studies that we're looking at completing in the future, provided they're supported by council, will potentially identify some changes, you know, to our standards as we look forward. And I do also agree that this policy is a good tool where, you know, residents can bring their concerns forward, and there's a process of how that is followed through and completed.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please do.
As someone who's tried to execute this process, it is arduous. You have a full-time job. There's no way you can get it done. And I'd like to say, too, if someone could speak to the timeline expected for the town-wide speed reduction, because that thwarts. Like, I'm happy to see a percentile reduction in speed get through the warrants, but that doesn't really address the speed problem in this town. Like, I live in the tree streets, and sometimes it can be amazing how fast people feel that they can drive, especially children on the street.
So I'll just ask staff, I know this was addressed briefly in the report, firstly in terms of when the speed reduction study would be coming forward to council, and secondly, the idea of having the, I don't know how you know, the automated catch people if they're speeding equipment. Could someone address both those, please? Yes, go ahead, Director Slama.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the speed reduction study, we have been working to procure that study through our roster, and discussing the opportunity for that study with our roster engineers. We're hoping to move forward with it in early 2023, but we are still we are still in that process of procurement. With respect to the automated speed enforcement, so Stuart spoke to that a little bit. It is a difficult tool for small municipalities to implement because of the financial cost associated with it. And another piece of that is, and we can speak more, we could probably provide some more fulsome information on this as we have previously to the previous council. But what we're learning from our partner, or like our other municipalities in Ontario, is that there is quite a backlog, right, in the processing of the charges. So the province is working with interested groups to try and improve that process and look at the automated penalty system for the automated speed enforcement cameras. And once that, I think, is further along, we're also hearing discussions of, right now there's only one processing center for those charges, and we're hearing that other municipalities are looking to set up and develop their own processing center. Some of these larger municipalities have put plans in place to install 25 or 50 of these throughout their municipality a year, right? And they might have multi-year plans. So along with those plans for the installation of the devices, they need to have their plans on having the resources, the people resources, to process these penalties and and the processing centers as well. Right now, all those penalties are going through the courts, and there's such a backlog. So municipalities aren't seeing a return and aren't seeing the that true enforcement of that speed. So at this time, we don't feel it's the right option for Collingwood, but it's something that we're always keeping in mind and looking at what the opportunities are so we can be one of the first of our smaller municipalities to implement them.
Thank you. Did you have any final comments?
Before I pass it to Jeanette, I also, one of the simplest things, like when I look at the list of recommendations, like advanced pedestrian crossings, things like that are proven to work, arguably inexpensive to implement. And do I have to get signatures to make that happen? Like, what is the process that the town is looking at for something like that?
So are you speaking of at lights, allowing the pedestrians to walk?
Giving pedestrians 5 seconds.
Yeah, we did discuss this recently at council. Director Slama, can you just remind me what the answer was on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I wonder if Acting Manager West or even if Mr. Sokol, if you have any comments on the advanced signaling for pedestrian crossings on the, yeah. Stuart?
Mike, I'll give you a chance to answer as well if you have anything, but I'd just say that there is, I believe, a crosswalk policy, not quite the same as the traffic calming policy within the town of Collingwood. However, at those type of warrants for crosswalks, so whether they're I think you're referring to the signalized mid-block crossings that were recently installed on Hurontario or on First Street, Huron Street, I think it was. Or no.
Pedestrian.
Oh, I see.
Or is that something that's on staff's radar right now?
I think that's something that I'd want staff to just review briefly in advance, and we can give a better recommendation at that time afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Jeanette Beck, and thank you for taking our comments today. I don't really want to talk about all the LPIs and traffic. I want to talk about the policy. And it would be really great if we looked at other municipalities to see how they actually design these traffic calming policies. They are, in my opinion, just the reactive policies to poorly designed streets that exist. That haven't really followed current best practices in engineering. As our society changes, our cars go faster, and we're now starting to embrace active transportation. So in other municipalities, when you have a traffic calming policy, what they're looking at is that it's just the problem, in my opinion, with this traffic calming policy that you're now going to vote on, the changes are very weak. Because what we really want to see is we want to see traffic calming policies that the community can watch, they can interact, they can go on the Engage Collingwood website and see this is what's happening. They want to have, I'm going to read just a little bit of, for example, Kitchener, Waterloo, just to give you an idea of what other municipalities are how they're dealing with it, because everyone's dealing with the same issues. They have citizens come before council and they talk about the issues in their town. And it's just a point that people like Kate and John Hauser, there's been many citizens have come in front of council with these, deputations. And and they're told that it's the speed of the traffic. Well, it's not reasonable. Whether you're taking down the 5 percentile or 10 percentile, speed is really not an issue, because how can any citizen be monitoring the speed of the cars on their street in order to make a deputation? Someone like John Hauser actually counted cars, and I believe he got 71% of his, not 51, but 71% of the people in his neighborhood to sign. So I think the onus, as Kate said, is just too vigorous. It's too difficult for citizens to just say, hey, listen, there's a problem in our neighborhood. So this is what Kitchener is doing. They're saying, well, they mail a survey to all the neighborhood residents to ask if they support traffic calming review. Do we have that in our policy right now? They conduct a public meeting with the residents, asking residents to come out. They confirm and outline the existing traffic conditions. They develop a design that balances everyone's needs and expectations. They don't not just tabled a design, they're actually involving the community in making these design decisions. What kind of permanent traffic calming measures are being tabled? So, and they ensure that neighborhood residents are in support of these measures. So there's a lot more conversation back and forth. And then they also then they conduct a follow-up review measure to see the effectiveness and the satisfaction of the neighborhood. There's also different types of traffic calming. I just see that policy that in front of me, when I look at some place like Kitchener, is very, very weak, because there's also things like a neighborhood coming together and themselves supporting traffic calming ideas, and it's a bit more sort of from the ground up, is what I'm saying. So there's just so many different ways of doing traffic calming policies and designing them to, this just seems like a very oversimplified policy that really doesn't effectively help residents and citizens make changes. And it kind of, there's also, most of all, there's no conversation. We should be able to go on to engage Collingwood and say, okay, where are the traffic calming where are the traffic issues? Let's talk about, I know it's difficult to engage the public because we don't have newspapers. We just have this Engage Collingwood. We have, a couple of very sort of weak newspapers that really don't deal with our issues. But I'm just asking council to really take a deep dive into policies that you have in front of you, because I think that if you make a really strong policy, then you don't have to listen to people talking about, I counted 6 cars and no, they're only doing 55. And I just hope that you undertake that more rigorous deep dive into this policy, because as it stands right now, these 2 minor changes that are being suggested, as far as I understood, and I apologize if I didn't read it in all detail, but from what I understand, these 2 small changes really are not substantial enough for citizens. I think we deserve better. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on that.
Very much.
There's also one person online who wishes to address the committee. Can we have Ms. Bailey now?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have Miss Anne Braley wishing to address. She should be unmuted at this point.
Yes, actually, it's Nanette Sanson. It's just because the computer's in her name. A quick question. First of all, a comment that we're not only talking about cars going faster in this day and age, but they're also much quieter, the electric vehicles. So if you're crossing a street and there's a curve, and I just use the shipyards as an example, you don't even hear that car coming. So I'm sure that's an issue on Finley Street with kids and everything. But my other question is, we seem to be focused entirely on inner town streets, but I didn't hear anything mentioned about the speed on 26 through town and out of town. And the other issue I have is, one of our major sources of tourism is biking. And the side road 10 has turned into a throughway. Now I know that it breaks to Clearview at Poplar, but even that stretch between 6th and Poplar is quite a throughway right now. And there's no protection for bikers on on that road. And I'm sure there are quite a number of other roads that serve other than automobiles that are dealing with traffic issues. And I don't know what the answer is other than putting more stop signs in, but I just wanted to question if there are other areas that are of concern other than in town.
Okay, well, thank you for raising those, and I'll turn to staff. I'll just say the first question about the other streets other than the residential streets, and Nanette mentioned Highway 26, but I know I've also heard concerns raised about Hurontario and also High Street. So I'll just say, in terms of those level of streets, how do we implement a traffic calming approach? Director Slama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it is correct that our traffic calming policy does concentrate on local and collector roads, and it doesn't look at the arterial roads, and that would include Highway 26. So with respect to Highway 26, and if we're, experiencing, speeding on those arterial roads, so that's where we would turn to our Collingwood police and look at just, having them work through some enforcement, right? Some speed enforcement in those areas. And even if, we were talking about the automated speed enforcement, those devices can't be used on arterial roads either. So for roads like High Street, and the other mention was a 6th Street, or maybe it was 10th line between 6th and Poplar Road, or High, so okay. So High Street is different, we can't put some of the typical traffic calming measures certainly on High Street, because it is a road, it's multi-laned. We can't use the same tools that we have included in our traffic calming policy for that type of road, just because of the nature of the road and the number of lanes and the traffic that's happening there. On 10th line between 6th Street and Poplar Side Road, we do have a digital speed sign that is permanent, that tries to remind drivers, right, is the intention being to remind drivers that what the speed limit is and how much they are going over it. But that again is one area where we would turn to our Collingwood police force and speak with them about greater enforcement.
Okay, thank you. And if I could just add a question onto that, is the issue about the arterial roads is that our traffic calming policy excludes them currently? Is that correct, Director Slama? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are there any other people who wish to address this report? No, that's it. Okay. Yes, Director Slama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wondered if I could just speak to something with respect to what Miss Beck had mentioned, and I'm not sure, like, what if Miss Beck is familiar with our with our full traffic calming policy, because I believe that it does include some of the items that she mentioned were part of the example of the Kitchener-Waterloo policy, and one is speaking with the neighbors, and we do have that provision in our policy that as a request moves through the steps and we verify the criteria. And we're starting to look at the implementation of what kind of features would be best on the street. We do have that provision to speak with, go to the public and speak with members in that neighborhood and get their comments and inputs on the different types of traffic calming measures that the town can consider for implementation. And I thought there was something else I wanted to measure there. Oh, and we do have that component of following up to measure the effectiveness once traffic calming measures are implemented. So for instance, as we move forward with changes to Finley Street, that will be, we would monitor the changes and determine the effectiveness of those measures. So I think we do have some of those components, and I wasn't sure if she had just been familiar with the full policy, whereas what we're bringing forward tonight is just two changes to the policy. Thank you for letting me speak to that.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to do at this point is I will read the motion in, and then we can turn this over to committee. That council receives staff report PW 2022-20 entitled Traffic Calming Policy Update. The council adopt the proposed policy change associated with step 2 of the town screening criteria. That is, reduction of the time until a road segment can be rescreened from 5 years to 3 years, and that council adopt the proposed policy changes associated with step 2 of town screening speed criteria selection. That is, reduction of posted speed limit exceedance from 10 kilometers an hour over the limit to a minimum of 5 kilometers an hour or 10% over the limit, whichever is greater. And revisions to Table 2 is required to enable traffic calming to be triggered at lower speed exceedances. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey and Deputy Mayor Fryer. Okay, any committee members like to speak to this item? Yeah, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Simply to say that I support in the immediacy the recommendations that staff have made in terms of the baseline changing to give us an ability to make some changes sooner. And also then a question through to Director Slama in terms of this is a new policy, and in terms of what point the review will come where we do get the feedback on how successful we were in getting into neighborhoods, or assessment of number of neighborhoods who did not qualify, so that we can assess the policy we have in place, and at what point would that occur?
That's your question?
Yes.
Okay. Director Slama or Acting Manager West, would you like to answer that?
I can start, your worship. So this is our first report back to council on the policy and what we have seen come through since the policy has been implemented. So what we have shared this evening, right, is there has been one request received so far, with a second pending. And then internally, we followed through with some investigation on our own for one location. And then also internally, staff are moving forward with reviewing potential changes to Finley Street based on previous information that we have. So our intention would be to provide the same information a year from now, and we'd be open to if there's any comments or recommendations on other information to include, or maybe a different way to present it so that it is clear.
Thank you. Follow up? Yeah.
So again, through to Director Slama. So did we I guess in that review, would we be asking the questions, do we think we got enough of a response? Was it too arduous for people to respond? Because I know the number of locations that I get in terms of, even when I posted the Black Ash Creek and 6th Street new signalization crossing there for pedestrians, I got a whole list from residents as to places that, you know, of 4th and Hurontario, 4th and St. Marie, the 1st Street extension, which I assume may get solved through the Mountain Road upgrade. But do we think that we were able to get enough information and education out there? Number one, that the residents understand that they can go through this process, because I know I've told a couple of people about it and they weren't aware of it. So maybe we need to up our game in terms of the engagement and communication to the residents, because I just don't know how we assess it. Otherwise, is the policy working? I guess I can't get that sense from the information we have in the report. And did we ask the right questions? And maybe, I'm not looking, but anyway, looking for a process through Engage Collingwood where we can engage people on this again, in terms of, but happy to approve what staff have brought tonight. But I think I'd be looking for maybe, some more information going forward in terms of engage Collingwood and ask the people, have we? I'm not sure I have enough information to say I do.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Baines.
I support this motion, but I would say, I suppose, to Ms. Beck and the other, is it a députant? I've heard you, and I think many in council have. These are specifics right now, but you're asking for a more holistic response, I would think, from the community, and essentially a change in behavior, which requires a more fulsome community engagement discussion. You want to get at the pain that's out there. For instance, I live at Birch and Forth, and my wife has been encouraging me to buy a radar gun and a decimal meter because it seems like every, I won't say male or female, with a souped up car is ripping up Birch Street. But that's incidental. We want to deal with facts here, which was why I would get a radar gun, I suppose. But I hear your pain in regard to the frustration of engaging in the public process for this. This is not what you wanted to take on. You could have run for council if you did want to. But help us if you can. If there are other models, I'm thinking of Amsterdam or wherever, that's a much larger process that gets the community saying, yeah, we've got to change this. And this happened when I lived in North Toronto. We put in fairly significant speed bumps that the fire department were complaining about, but they were there at the meeting. All of this seeming in concentric circles working away from schools. So you start with the school and work out in the neighborhoods to say, we're going to start there and then we're going to figure out the rest of it. But I hear what you're saying, and I think many in council do. Thank you for your deputation.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I have another number of comments and I'm trying to organize them, but I think the primary one for me is I do believe that we do need some sort of a public consultation before we go much further forward with this traffic calming policy. It has been suggested tonight. We certainly did receive a lot of correspondence over the weekend from people wanting to have a say, wanting to make a contribution, having ideas. And it would be terrific if we could organize a public meeting where the public could be invited to come out and we could just have open dialogue as to what's good, what's bad, what needs fixed, what are people seeing, what do they want. I just think that we could make this policy so much more robust if we would just start with that. And I'm not sure whether there's any deadlines in terms of the completion of this update? Could it wait until we do that, engage the public, perhaps sometime in January, perhaps through you to Director Salama?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Doherty. We can certainly wait until January for a committee decision on the changes that we have proposed. I'm just, thinking about, what you've said about reaching out to the public, and certainly this policy is only just over a year old. So we did have, opportunities through the development of this policy where the public, had an opportunity to provide their comments and were engaged. And part of the development of this policy did include the review of, many other traffic calming policies. So I think from a staff perspective, we do feel that, it is a good stepped process that, provides the opportunity for lots of consideration of different applications and different types of infrastructure. It includes it provides for that ability for, we heard from residents, we don't have an opportunity, we don't have a means to bring forward our concerns. So there is a means and a way for them to bring forward their concerns. It's, fair and transparent on how we're evaluating the requests that have come forward and evaluating the data that we're collecting from the streets. So I'm not sure that we have worked with the policy enough to know to say it's flawed.
And I absolutely apologize if I was suggesting that it's flawed, because it absolutely is not, and that was not my intention. It is an excellent first start. But I think that, and yourself, when you do a survey of other policies that are out there, that they can be much more detailed and much more robust. And so I'm suggesting if we could take a little bit of a time and have a pause and just hear from our public again a year later. That's one thought. Then in addition to that, I'll also say that there was one paragraph in this report that really stuck out to me. And that was, and I'll quote, I'm going to close some of these boxes here. Go away. The safety of our pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers is an important consideration when determining traffic policy, but should be balanced with the need for the efficient movement of goods and services. Well, it seems to me that the safety of cyclists and pedestrians should supersede the efficient use or the efficient movement of goods and services. And I just think that there's an opportunity for us. And I did actually send a question that was way more than a 25 words or less answer earlier this afternoon to you, Director Salama, and the CAO as to, these kinds of priorities seem to be established at the provincial level, but why is it that we have to follow provincial policy? Why can we not establish our own policies and our own priorities in our own community when they're so important to our residents? Next thing that I will add is that I'm so happy to see that the speed study is in process of being tendered right now. But, if we had a speed study that would support a townwide speed reduction, then a lot of these traffic calming measures and the streets upon which they're required may not even be necessary. So I hope that ultimately is also going to be incorporated into our policy. I didn't see anything in this analysis that alluded to a policy that captures new road or new design of new roads, because good design in and of itself can be very positive traffic calming. Curved roads as opposed to straightaways, narrower roads as opposed to great big wide roads, etc. So I hope that ultimately is going to be incorporated. I think that was it. Anyway, I would really, really like to hear more from our public on this. We've made a good start. We've made a terrific start, but we can do better.
Maybe you'll want to bring a motion. Okay, would anyone else have any questions or comments on this? Councillor Perry? No? Okay, you're just moving your cards around.
Getting ready.
Getting ready, not ready yet. Okay, anyone else? Well, I'll just add a comment, and that is, I think we're still taking baby steps on this, and I'm grateful, however, for how far we've come, because just to say, certainly last term there was a couple of us beating the drums about bringing these kinds of issues forward, and so now we're seeing these studies that are going to come forward in 2023, and of course the community safety zone, which will start around the schools, the speed study. We tried to get the speed limits reduced last term, didn't find favor, but there is a speed study that staff's now having undertaken. The master traffic study will look at a lot of the issues that affect our neighborhoods. And so I think all of these things will come together to help chart the course before the end of 2023. And I do believe that a lot of these findings will feed into how do we handle traffic calming in our communities. But I am not opposed at all, and think it would be good to hear from the public now, because maybe some of these comments will feed into the studies in 2023 as they're progressing. And I also would just like to follow up on a question of Councillor Doherty's with respect to the design of new roads, because if we can catch the problems before they're created, we won't have to spend time and energy fixing them. So I'll just ask Director Slama, is there anything that's used specifically to guide developers as they're designing new roads, and in fact our own consultants? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, or Madam Chair, and Madam Mayor. So, as Acting Manager West mentioned, right, the transportation master plan that we're proposing, that would be, one of the opportunities for us to look at any changes to our standards that we would want to implement across the town. It is correct, right, that this traffic calming policy is addressing, is we're looking at the opportunities to improve our roads that already exist where we're seeing a problem, right? Whereas it's our standards that's going to drive how we're designing the new roads. And so those are, both of those things, need to, or certainly the standards need to change. but the traffic calming policy is not for the development of new roads, but rather how do we address problems that we're seeing on existing roads. So I would say it's through the transportation master plan, but I will, of course, I will ask if my colleagues have any comments about other standards that they would, or design standards that they would follow through development. Stuart?
I think just that, thank you, Director Slama. The Town of Collingwood development standards are also in the process of getting updated as well. And the master transportation study should speak to, I guess, any modifications to our standard road cross section. It's more than just narrowing the roads or providing bike lanes everywhere. There's also the need for snow storage and the need for on-street parking from time to time as well. And it's difficult to try to I guess capture everything that might be needed within a road. Certainly in Collingwood, we get quite a bit of snow compared to some of the municipalities kind of in the GTA area. And so that's also one of the major issues that are always considered when it comes to road designing as well. So, I mean, I guess, Mr. Sokol also just mentioned that the transportation, the TAC manual, I'm sorry, we're using too many acronyms, but there's various national and provincial standards for road designs as well, and absolutely that the latest iteration, I guess, of the Town of Collingwood development standards would absolutely try to incorporate any of the newer policies and guidelines that are recommended by the province and the federal agencies as well. So. Unfortunately, at this time, so my apologies, through you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, at this time, no, I don't have a date that I can say right now. There's actually a number of other studies that are ongoing right now as well, including the tree canopy projects that are making recommendations to changes on some of the landscape sections of the development standards as well. And we also have additional staff reviewing some of the sections and drawings that are associated with the development standards too. So there still, unfortunately, are a number of moving parts that we're trying to work through. No, I don't have a date at this point, but I'm still hopeful of 2023 as an estimated timeline. Oh.
But, I think the point is we need to be examining our new roads before they're constructed if we're going to get ahead of the problem. So maybe we'll just leave that thought with you tonight and see how that can be moved forward in the context of everything that's happening in 2023 on this important, I'll call it a file. Is there any, I think that was all the comments. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Whenever you're ready for an amendment
to the motion.
The traffic calming motion.
Okay. Well, I think we're ready for a motion to amend the traffic calming motion.
I'm going to propose to start that we add and further that the town communication staff develop a did you know education piece on the traffic calming policy and ask for feedback through a survey developed by staff and bring back a summary to the DevOps committee. Okay. Did you want to add your amendment? Well, I guess we should deal with one at a time. Oh, was there an amendment already?
No, but...
No, but I had been, we had discussed the notion of my suggesting an actual public consultation, but this could certainly serve as a first step.
Yeah, because I believe in my comments originally, that's what I said through the engage, that we should be engaging with the public. So, yeah. So this is my amendment,
Okay.
those comments.
Any comments on the amendment or questions? Councillor
I'm
Baines.
just not to try and rework your amendment, but leave the door open for a more fulsome public engagement process if deemed appropriate.
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
When that information comes back to the Development Operations Committee, we can ask for that then, based on
Thank you.
accurate information that we have, or the best information we can get from the public.
I'll just comment, like, my sense is we get so few comments on Engage Collingwood that I'm just wondering if we can do that. And I think it never hurts to go to Engage Collingwood. But I still like the idea of sitting down with the public, and just hearing what they have to say at this stage. But we can deal with it's not exclusive.
No, and I don't disagree with that, but I think we don't know until we try. I mean, I'm certainly getting a lot of letters based on nothing going in Engage Collingwood, so I'm pretty sure if the people who are on top of this would certainly spread it among their peers and to the public to ensure we at least get a baseline before we. But I'm looking for a motion to do a community-based strategic plan. And I'm pretty sure that would be a great place for that to come to, because that will be a significant public consultation.
Okay, any other comments? And so this is for the amendment to the motion that suggests a survey on Engage Collingwood. No other comments? Oh, yep, Councillor Doherty.
Actually, I do. It does occur to me a way that that could be, enhanced, shall we say, and that is as a first step toward a more fulsome public engagement on the first year report of the traffic calming policy.
Okay, so we'll just bring this to a vote then. All those in favor?
Can we
Pardon?
sever,
Sever
please?
what?
The original motion recommendation and the amendment.
Yeah, so we're just dealing with the amendment now, and then we'll deal with the motion
Okay.
after that. Could you reread your amendment, please?
And further, that our town communication staff develop a did you know education piece on the traffic calming policy, and ask for feedback through a survey developed by staff, and bring back the summary to the Development and Operations Committee.
Yes, Councillor Doherty.
So do we have to vote on that before I would modify that? As a first step, I was putting a qualifier in
On
that.
Councillor Jeffrey's
Yes.
amendment or the original motion?
No, on Councillor Jeffrey's amendment.
Yeah, the rules don't allow an amendment to an amendment.
Okay.
But maybe you could fit it into the regular motion. Okay, I'll leave you to think about that. All in favor of Councillor Jeffrey's motion? Oh, sorry, hold on. Oh, no seconder yet. Okay. Councillor Ring, thank you. It's getting late. I'm going to start losing my train. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so that's unanimous. Okay, Councillor Doherty, what would you like to add to the piece?
Well, actually, I wasn't going to support the recommendation. I'm not happy with this report.
Okay.
Okay, so hold everything. What I thought. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead. Do you want to speak to that? Yes.
Actually, I could suggest that we defer the receiving of this report until after we have the results of our survey.
Okay. Okay, any comments on that? Is there a seconder for that?
No, just a comment if.
Wait, I have to have a seconder first. Put it on the floor. Okay, Deputy Mayor Fryer puts it on the floor with a seconder. Okay, Councillor Baines.
If Councillor Doherty could just explain her motion a bit more as to the benefits of getting this delay prior to receiving this report.
Thank you.
Because I think it is clear to me, anyway, as one member of council, and from what I am hearing from the public, that this report could benefit from more public input. And so Councillor Jeffrey has put forward an amendment, well, we have voted in support of it, to go out to the public via public education and conduct a survey, bring the results back. So I am saying then I'm asking we defer the receipt of this update until that consultation is completed.
Perhaps I'll just ask the clarifying question of staff, which is, if we were to receive this report and adopt these two recommendations tonight, is there anything that would limit us from making further changes to the traffic calming policy if we saw fit in any time? Could someone answer that? CEO Skinner?
Yeah. Madam Chair, you could update the policy as you see fit at any point.
So we could accept this tonight and approve it, but change it after public input. Does that affect what you want to leave that? Okay. So so we'll bring this to a vote then, unless someone else wants to comment on no. So yes, Deputy Mayor Farr.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And since I seconded, I'm just going to say to Councillor Dory, I'm actually not going to support it in the vote, but that's because I have every faith that if there's something needs to be brought forward, you're going to be bringing it forward in the near future based on the survey, right? So I'm just explaining that. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll vote on the motion, the amendment. Oh, sorry. Yes? Go ahead, Councillor Ring. This is, yes.
And if that's the case, is that that's the deferring the original motion then? Because
yes.
It's not an original. It's not a motion now until we've got an amended motion now with the approval of the amendment.
Mm-hmm.
So the deferral is for the complete amended motion then.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying that. Yes. We'll ask the clerk.
Thank you. Through the chair, technically, if you're deferring it, you're deferring the portion related to the survey. So yes, so now we actually have the receiving of the report, we have adopting the first component, we have adopting the second component, and then we have the piece about going out for further engagement. So basically, the ideal way to handle this motion is that you deal with each one of these pieces independently. And so you would ask for the deferral of the adoption of the proposed policy changes, Councillor Doherty, and then you would support the proceeding with the survey. Because if we defer the whole report, then when it comes to council next week on the 19th, then you're requesting that council defer it in its entirety, including the amendment or the public engagement piece.
You say that again. Sorry.
Shooting herself in the head.
So defer the receipt.
So at this point, you're not wanting to proceed with the adoption of the changes until a public consultation occurs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So basically, this here motion is broken down into 4 parts now. Receiving and then adopting a policy change associated with step 2, and that council adopt another policy change associated with step 2 with the screening speed criteria, as well as this additional amendment that was passed, that was put forward by Councillor Jeffrey. But if we defer the entire motion in its entirety, we're deferring the recommendation to proceed with a public engagement component.
Right.
So you're basically looking to have it severed into 4 pieces, defer the 2 to adopt the policy until the public engagement piece occurs.
So we'll
Yeah, so I
receive
think-
tonight. And
Yeah, I think we vote on receiving it, so we have it, and then we can also then approve the amendment by Councillor Jeffrey, and then you'd be asking that we not approve the 2 specific changes that are here.
Okay.
Okay, so, and also, I'm going to add one to complicate things. I'm going to ask, and maybe I have to, okay, yeah, go ahead. Okay, so did you want to defer all of this, or shall we break it down as suggested by the clerk?
Let's break it down as suggested by the clerk.
Okay, so we'll deal with number 1. That council receives staff report PW 2022-20 entitled Traffic Calming Policy Update. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Secondly, that council adopt the proposed policy change associated with step 2 of the town screening criteria, reduction of the time until a road segment can be rescreened from 5 years to 3 years. All those in favor? Right? I think that's what we're doing. Or did you want it just deferred? Sorry, we have to be clear what we're doing here.
Where are we putting the amendment? Where are we putting
It's at the end.
Okay.
And it's been approved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes. All right. So to defer then.
Okay.
To defer council adopting the proposed policy change associated with step 2 of town screening criteria, reduction of the time until a road segment can be rescreened from 5 years to 3 years.
Okay.
But there's
that's
2
great.
elements here. Then there's also the reduction of the posted speed limit exceedance.
We'll deal with that one next. Okay. All right. So with this one, is there a seconder for that? No seconder. Okay. All right. So then I proceed to asking if for those in favor of this, right? Okay. All those in favor. Okay. Opposed? Okay. 1 opposed. Okay. And so the next one, and that council adopt the proposed policy changes associated with step 2 of town screening speed criteria selection. That is reduction of posted speed limit exceedance over 10 kilometers an hour over the limit to a minimum of 5 kilometers per hour or 10% over the limit, whichever is greater. And revisions to table 2 is required to enable traffic calming to be triggered at lower speed exceedances. Okay, Councillor Doherty, are you moving to have that deferred?
Yes.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seeing none? Okay, now we'll vote all those in favor of that. Okay, opposed? Okay, 1 opposed. And we've already voted on Councillor Jeffrey's motion. amendment to the motion, so that's fine. And
Have to revote on it.
okay, we have to revote on that. Okay. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And then I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Mayor Fryer because I'm going to add one further amendment.
Then I turn back to you to put your amendment on the floor.
Okay, thank you. And that once the Engage Collingwood survey results are in, that we schedule a public meeting to discuss traffic calming. Okay.
And the
Seconded.
seconder is Councillor Baines.
Okay.
And I'll open that to the floor for any discussion. Yes, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. As far as engaging the public in the conversation, is there anyone we can bring in as well as the public, which I fully endorse, but is there anyone we can bring in from other communities that are extremely knowledgeable or have experience with traffic calming measures in their town to be part of the conversation?
So I think your question then could be directed to Sayo Skinner.
Thank you, through the chair. We do have some really good consultants on our roster, and I think that if we were to set up a public meeting, then we could have some members from the community who want to talk about other jurisdictions, as well as some of our engineering supports to make sure that we've got be able to salt the conversation with appropriate ideas.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Not seeing any, I will call all those in favor. That is unanimous. And I'll turn the chair
Okay.
back to Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Okay, we finished traffic calming, and it's time for another 10-minute break.
What a calm sheet.
Thank you.
Aaron, can you get a minute? No, you don't have to come right now. Just whenever you get a minute. I just have a question. I think we're causing a lot of confusion.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back, Council. Given the lateness of the hour, we're going to reorganize the agenda a little bit, and we'll deal with a few items that have to be dealt with tonight, and then we'll consider whether some of the others can be moved to our next meeting. So I'm going to look now to item 6.5, and this is the CAO 2022-16 SCAP update, water allocation for 2023. And I'm turning this over to CO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. And we do have our strategic advisor, Jason Rayner, here. You probably heard the recent announcement that he has taken a position with the hospital in Barrie. We're sorry to see him go, and he's been doing some support work legally and also with Director Valentine on this particular file.
Thank you. Well, thank you. This will be your last presentation, I guess.
Yes, I hope it's a good one.
Okay. Expectations are high. We're ready.
Well, I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll be as expeditious as possible. But thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and members of the committee. Certainly, what we're presenting to you tonight is a significant team effort. One of the most sort of cross-departmental working groups I think that the town has seen in the last few months in any event. And so I won't go through all of the staff that have been involved, but certainly under CIO Skinner's leadership and Director Valentine's leadership, many other people have been involved. And we've been working very hard, Council, to try to make this policy as user-friendly, as clear, as simplified as possible, because no doubt by now you have heard from stakeholders in the community and from staff as well in terms of the complications that are involved with the ICBL, the interim control bylaw, as well as the water and wastewater servicing capacity allocation policy, which we affectionately refer to as SCAP. Which is not scab, by the way. I think it was my third month that someone finally clarified. Won't talk about picking it. Anyway, so jumping right in, if I could, we have heard from some key stakeholders, I should note, and that's attached to the report, a number of comments, really constructive comments that we are taking into account. We've done our best to consider those, but we imagine there are more. This is a significant proposals that are in front of you, and so the opportunity to have more comments we're recommending would be helpful here. Next slide. So how did we get here? Just very briefly, next slide, please. We recognize that there's a limited water capacity, of course, and so Council took the prudent step at that time to essentially suspend development, to allow for the opportunity for research, best practices, to study the issue, to determine what policies should be put in place to be able to manage this really serious challenge to the community. As we all know, the province has significant expectations about what growth looks like, and they've been quite clear most recently about how we're intending to bring more homes. Of course, you can't do that without servicing capacity. So in December of 21, those studies were mostly completed, the result of which was a zoning bylaw amendment in February of this year, which essentially said that you ought not to be able to go ahead with development unless you have capacity. It's a very simple zoning bylaw amendment, but a powerful one because it provides council with the opportunity to frame what kind of development you want coming to this community moving forward beyond what would otherwise be considered as part of the planning, land use planning process. There's a very simple equation, only so much supply of servicing capacity, but the demand will undoubtedly continue to exceed that supply over the coming years. So in March, between March and May, Council adopted a policy to give life to that zoning bylaw amendment that said you can't really move ahead without servicing allocation. And the attempt was to build that policy framework that would allow council to make the decisions about what kind of developments should move ahead, when they should move ahead, and to manage so that the community doesn't get into a circumstance where they've overcommitted allocation. We've overcommitted allocation, and people are banging on the door saying, "Where's my water? You know, I've bought a house. I'm ready to move in. My toilet doesn't work." You know, that's not what we want to see happen. So that policy and the interim control bylaw process has been in effect. And so we've got some good data now that can inform how this works moving forward. There were a lot of prudent steps, I think, that were taken as part of that policy approach. And as you'll see, we think we can pull back some of that now that we've got data and we've had a chance to really work with these policies and this exemption program. Next slide, please. So there's two components to this. The first is the short-term the short-term exemption program for the interim control bylaw. So the interim control bylaw, while it's in play, you can't get a building permit if you're doing major development or even some minor development, frankly, without getting an exemption to that bylaw, right? That was the fairly, drastic measure that council put in place to say, hold on a second, we needed the opportunity to study this, and so the interim control bylaw comes into play. It would actually have expired at the end of this year as part of its original drafting, had it not been appealed, or more accurately, I should say, had the zoning bylaw amendment that deals with capacity allocation not been appealed. So there's 3 outstanding appeals, and while that's working its way through the Ontario Land Tribunal, of course, the interim control bylaw remains in effect. So whether we like it or not, it's in play until those appeals are resolved, and there's a hearing scheduled for the summer of 2023 if we're not able to sort through that before then. So because the bylaw was contemplated to be completed, by the end of this month, by the end of this year, we're asking and recommending that you in fact extend the opportunity for people to come forward and in fact apply for an exemption under the ICBL program, short-term program, so that they can get building permits and continue with development. So that's the first piece. And that is fairly straightforward, with one exception. Staff are recommending that we interpret the bylaw, the ICBL interim control bylaw, to not require accessory dwelling units to receive an exemption under that program to proceed to building permit. Up to this point, we have interpreted the bylaw to mean that ADUs, accessory dwelling units, required an exemption under that bylaw to proceed to building permit. And that was a prudent first step because when council was considering presumably, where the allocation was going, the first, important step is to get a real good fix on where is the allocation going during that period of time. So we now know how many ADUs permits have been applied for this year and how many exemptions have been granted and really what the capacity is that's required to facilitate that program. Previous council did adopt a rapid, at least in principle, a rapid ADU deployment program, recognizing that ADUs are one of the low-hanging fruits, if I can put it that way, for addressing our affordable housing challenge and crisis, frankly, in our communities across the province. So we want to try to do, and I think that the policy direction from council is to try to remove obstacles to getting ADUs constructed and people moving in and hopefully renting those at an affordable rate. So the interpretation moving forward we propose is to actually allow ADUs to move to building permit without having to get an ICBL exemption. So that's the first piece of this puzzle. The second piece, next slide, relates to proposed amendments to the SCAP policy. And there are 3 main sort of bundles of changes that we're proposing. We're not asking for committee or council this month to approve these changes. We're looking for more feedback from the development community and other stakeholders who are interested in this program, of course. And so we've got time to review all of those amendments that are in draft in your package tonight. But to summarize quickly and briefly, there are three main shifts that we're proposing to the SCAP. The first is to decouple the Planning Act approvals from the allocation capacity decisions. And so what that means is that the land use planning process would proceed through its time frames that are legislated and, as you know, have been recently there are consequences if you don't move through those timelines as prescribed. And so developments would move through that process. And then separately and apart from that, once that's achieved or once that's in play, they would move to receiving allocation. And it sounds sort of like a very simple sort of step-by-step logical process. But because of the timelines staff will be able to do their best to meet, these development proposals. It may be that there are land use planning approvals that are provided, but the actual capacity allocation decisions may come slightly later. And the reason we're suggesting that makes sense is because council may want to batch those decisions around allocation so that you can truly compare the development proposals that are in front of you, given the limited capacity that's available in that particular year. So council may decide that, and staff may recommend that once or twice a year, you're considering all of the development proposals that want allocation in that year. And so you sort of have to have them all batched together to be able to compare the SCAP merit-based scores. So that's why we're suggesting that the two be separated. And that allows council to really dive into what is in the community's interest, what helps create a whole community based on all of the things that we know are going on right now in terms of development in front of you. Next slide, please. The second major shift we're proposing with SCAP is to recognize that because subdivisions often take years to move from concept and vision and design through to occupancy, that we don't want development subdivisions holding allocation for years and years and years and not necessarily, for various reasons, not being able to get to occupancy. We're proposing that we create a commitment to allocate and then an activation of the allocation. So what this would mean in practice is that when subdivisions come forward for draft plan approval, which is sort of that initial laundry list, if I can call it that, I'm sure the planners have better terms, of things that need to get done for that development to move forward. We call that draft plan approval. At that time, council would be able to decide to give out a commitment to allocate, which would basically mean to the developer and the builder that's involved, you will get servicing. The question is when. And so the timeline would be left to decide as part of the subdivision agreement or the condominium development agreement, when exactly that allocation gets activated. And our understanding from the financing side of the development, from the developers that we've spoken to in their financing, is that that commitment to allocate is enough to move through that next phase of actually getting through the process of draft plan approvals for those terms, as long as there's some certainty around moving forward with allocation at some point. Now, of course, someone's right to point out that, until there's a date, when will they feel comfortable that in fact they're going to get the allocation? And the truth is, if it's prior to the water plant expansion, we're not really sure that many of the large subdivisions will be able to move through the pipe, so to speak, excuse the pun, during that time frame. But certainly after that, things may get a little bit better for a period of time before the wastewater plant expansion is required. So we're going to be in this situation for some time. And so having a really strong policy framework that recognizes, in this case, that subdivisions take years to develop. And so there should be some recognition of that so that you can move ahead with projects that, are able to get in the ground as quickly as possible, while also recognizing that people need to plan. And some of these larger developments take years to come to fruition. And then the third major, next slide. The third major shift that we're talking about involves a number of minor changes to how we deal with minor development, so smaller development proposals. And up to this point, again, the policy wanted to capture as broadly as possible the development that was going on, so we could really understand the increases that were being asked for the allocation. Now we think that we've got a better handle on what those are and what the numbers are on an annual basis, at least based on our best estimates right now. And we can probably bucket these and lump them together. So rather than tracking, for example, every change of use from a martial arts studio, for example, to a Montessori school, hypothetically speaking, we would simply allow those proposals to move forward without having to come to council for allocation if they met certain criteria, right? And those are outlined in the staff report. So that should expedite those change of use, among other minor, smaller development proposals. And then we'll capture them, make sure that we're not over providing allocation by making sure that we're looking at those numbers, on an annual basis, making sure that we've got the buckets. Next slide. And so what are those buckets right now that we're talking about? Well, of course, major development will take up most of those units that we have available in terms of allocation. But these smaller developments, based on the data that we've got so far this year, actually since the ICBL was introduced, like change of use from one permitted zoning use to another permitted zoning use, we think that's roughly probably 50 units a year. ADUs, we think, are probably around 20 a year. Hopefully we can increase that with the rapid ADU deployment program, but roughly 20, as well as consents to sever, vacant residential lots. So we're going to propose to you, when the report comes back in 2023, that we set aside SDUs, for these specific purposes. Rather than tracking each individual one, rather than having each individual development, the proposal that comes forward, have to go through the process of figuring out, how much more water use is there for a school versus a martial arts, which is time consuming both for the proponents, but also for staff to work through all of that administration. We're suggesting that we bucket those and move forward at the highest level. And of course, the exact number of units will depend on a number of factors that are outlined on the slide. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, we propose to have comments come back into staff over the next couple of weeks. And we appreciate that there's a number of holidays likely happening, and so leaving it open well into the new year. The development community was aware of this in early November, that we were starting to work on this, and so they've started to, as you've seen, bring in comments already. But hopefully to get more comments by mid-January, so that we can report back to council with a final set of proposed changes to the SCAP in late January or certainly early February. And that's important because a number of development proposals are in flight. And so, we want to make sure that if there are policy changes, we get that sorted out as quickly as we can in the new year, so everybody understands the rules of the game, so to speak. And then we anticipate in March, likely of the new year, that those policies and then the short-term exemption program extension will help guide your discussion and consideration of those items. So those are, that's the presentation, Your Worship, and happy to take questions with the help of my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. We'll now turn, are there any members of the public who might want to speak to this report? Clerk Almas.
Thank you. We do actually have a remote participant. Oh, there was a hand up and a hand down. So if the individual remotely would still like to address the standing committee, yes. We have Yulie Rath would like to address the standing committee regarding this report.
Okay, Mr. Rath, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of the committee. My question has to do with Mr. Clark's reference to the fact that there are 3 appeals for water allocation currently before the Ontario Land Tribunal, and whether or not one of these relates to what the Ontario Land Tribunal granted for Harbour House development, which was to be exempt from the ICBL and the water allocation policy of the town of Collingwood.
Who would like to answer that question?
think Director Valentine.
Yeah, Director Valentine, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, the quick answer to Mr. Rath's question is no. The Ontario Land Tribunal has already provided a decision on the Harbour House appeal. The three appeals that Special Advisor Rainier was making allusion to was the appeals that we received to the overarching zoning bylaw amendment that came out of the land use planning policy study. One of those appeals has been resolved and two remain outstanding, one of which will be coming forward to Council in camera for further consideration on December 19th.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, or do you have any further comments, Mr. Rath?
I'd like to follow up with your permission, if you would.
Sure. Go ahead.
Director Valentine said the Harbour House project and the allocation of water or exemption from any allocation water policy from the town of Collingwood granted by the Ontario Land Tribunal has that amount that will go to Harbour House before any other person will be subjected to the water allocation policies of the town been included in his calculations.
Director Valentine?
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. And the answer to that question is yes. So the amount of allocation required to facilitate the Harbour House development in accordance with the Ontario Land Tribunal decision, as well as the interim control bylaw exemption granted by the previous council, has been included within the calculation for the 2022 water allocation. So that has been accounted for.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other members? Oh, sorry. Mr. Rath, are you finished?
Well, thank you. I am on this agenda item, and thank you for your answer.
Any other members of the public? Clerk Thomas?
No, there's not at this time.
Okay. So at this time, I will read in the motion. The Council received staff report CAO 2022-16 regarding proposed changes to the short-term ICBL exemption program and the SCAP dated December 12, 2022. The Council extends the short-term ICBL exemption program until the appeals of zoning bylaw amendment 2022-007 are either withdrawn or resolved, and the interim control bylaw number 2021-024 ceases to be in effect, and that council directs staff to report back directly to council in the first quarter of 2023 with proposed amendments to the water and wastewater servicing capacity allocation policy after receiving further comments and feedback from key stakeholders to be received no later than January 16, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Ring, thank you. Any comments or questions? Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hammond. So just a really comment, I thought it was an excellent report, and I believe our first engagement with the professionals and the public was pretty transformational in developing the original proposal, so I would expect nothing different this time around as well. And so I just want to get my heck yes in to redistribute the 15 points from shovel-ready to housing affordability. But we'll see what the public say about that. But I do have a concern, even not about the UDAs as proposed in this, but I think the UDAs have been moving to not affordable solutions, but to more short-term accommodation. So I don't know how we deal with that within the scope of this, but I think also we have to come up with the definition of affordability here, because I'm really not sure when we're negotiating within this gap and giving points what our definition is and how we're accomplishing that with the applicants. So those are my comments. But I think it's a great way to go out to the public with these proposed changes. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions or comments? Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, Chair. So through you to Mr. Rayner, thank you, and also to Director Valentine and Planner Wukosh. Is an excellent report. And one of the things that I was also happy to see was the fact that we had undertaken a consultation with the development community, and I assume we'll be continuing to do so until we finalize that, because reading through some of the suggestions that were made, they were very pointed, good suggestions. I did have a couple of questions. The first was with regard to the ADUs and parameters set out in the SCAP. There's a note here that, and I'm quoting, provided that they are clearly accessory to a principal unit on the subject property. And I'm just not sure exactly what that meant.
I'll ask Director Valentine if that's okay, Your Worship.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, just a point of clarification to the councillor before I respond. Are you referring to the staff report component that deals with the interpretation of accessory dwelling units under the control bylaw?
Sorry, did it again. You're right. Yep, that's reference to SCAP. Sorry. Okay.
Perfect. Thanks. I do it myself. ICBL, SCAP, too many acronyms.
Yeah.
So as the special advisor suggested, we're looking to alter our interpretation of the interim control bylaw to allow or facilitate additional residential dwelling units to move forward without an exemption. So the bylaw as written in April of last year did allow folks to move forward with accessory structures without being caught up in the ICBL. So at the time, council was thinking sheds, potentially garages without living space, etc. But the interpretation was as soon as you have an additional dwelling unit, that should really come through council so that we can account for that type of water use. So now that we have a year's worth of data and we can put a bucket forward to reserve for that type of use, and understanding that the province has just moved to make it much easier for folks to develop these types of units, and that we collectively have seen it as a core tenet in addressing the housing crisis, that we are recommending that the interpretation change to the extent that we can facilitate those accessory units. In terms of what that means, accessory, there is a definition within the zoning bylaw that we can rely on, and that just usually means subordinate to the primary use. So a smaller unit in the backyard or above a garage or in a basement is the typical types of accessory dwelling units you would see.
Okay, thank you. And I will echo Councillor Jeffrey's comment with regard to ensuring that they do indeed become affordable and not become relegated to short-term accommodation or even to premium priced rental, which we are seeing some of in this community. So the 15 points also echo the notion that perhaps some of those points could be reallocated to affordability, but I also could suggest that they be allocated to quality of urban design, which is something that's not spoken to at all in the SCAP. So that would be things like road design, architectural, etc. And also generally that higher scores would be allocated to greenfield development considerations. So whether they're sequential, whether density, transit supportive, all of which just like they've only got a 2.5 score allocation, so maybe that could be increased. And then just one other comment, and again, this is with regard to the SCAP. there was a suggestion among the comments that a concern of consistency of scoring by various planners or whoever else is involved in the scoring for SCAP purposes. And there was a suggestion that some sort of a standard committee be formed, be that internal or external or a combination of both. And I would endorse that as an idea. And it could, obviously, it would be comprised of planning staff, perhaps engineering staff, CAO, but there could potentially be representation from the development community, possibly from the outside engineering community, or even from council or the public. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Baines.
I'm not, through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure this is to Special Advisor Rainier or perhaps Director Valentine, but I assume as a newbie here that the intent is that the SCAP would last hopefully until late 2025 when the new water plant is opened?
Through
Yes,
you, Your
go ahead.
Worship. I think the intent is actually longer, Councillor Baines.
That was my second part of the question, which is, do we need a SCAP 2 for wastewater allocation from 2025 on to when a new wastewater treatment plant is built?
Through you, Your
Go
Worship.
ahead.
So the way this GAP approaches this is it says that we are in a situation of limited capacity to the extent that we know our plant, either wastewater or water, is approaching the 80% mark in terms of its capacity to design, or we are working on expansions to the plant, actively working on them. So that foreseeable future is much longer than 2025.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And as another new councillor and trying to take this all in, in reading the motion, it says that we're extending this until the zoning bylaws are withdrawn, or the appeals to the zoning bylaws are withdrawn or resolved, and it ceases to be in effect. So will this cease automatically if those zoning, the appeals to the zoning bylaw are dropped?
Who would like to answer that question? Yes, go ahead, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So under the Planning Act, the ICBL got extended automatically because of the appeals that have been referenced throughout this conversation. So when those appeals are withdrawn or otherwise resolved, then automatically again under the Planning Act, the ICBL would cease to be in effect.
But not SCAP.
Just to follow up, if
Yes,
I could,
go ahead.
and I think CEO Skinner's going to add something, but because I'm just wondering why it's necessary if that's what happens.
To have an allocation policy continue, or?
No, the exemption. Why do we have that in there if that's going to happen automatically, I guess is what I'm asking.
Okay, who would like to answer that? Yes,
Thank you.
CEO
Through the
Skinner, go
chair
ahead.
to the deputy mayor. I think there's two concepts at play. One is that the interim control bylaw will automatically be removed once the appeals are dealt with. And the intent of the motion is that we have an exemption program in place until that time, so council can keep development moving that represents a complete community. The second piece that's important here, the other concept that's in the remainder of the motion or other parts of the motion, is that the SCAP or the servicing capacity allocation bylaw has already been implemented and will last beyond the end of the interim control bylaw, such that council will be able to allocate water through its rules once the interim control bylaw is removed and people no longer need exemptions and a SCAP approval. They'll only need the SCAP approval after the interim control bylaw ends.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. My guess, I understand what you're saying, that it's a two-part thing. I'm just trying to think. And I guess what it comes down to is I'm really trying to understand my liability here. And this goes right back to what I've said for the last few weeks, needing to be trained in water. And here we are, we're dealing with this, and we're getting letters from our lawyers that are advising we have to be careful about how we proceed. I can appreciate that the SCAP work is not done. This is just an updated report, and I understand that, and I'm going to be following up with my comments about that. But I'm trying to understand, and as I say, I'm concerned about liability because this has been in place longer than it was anticipated. The ICBL. I can understand the need for the allocation policy and the continuation of it going forward. And I just trying to understand why maybe the ICBL doesn't need to go forward. So it's trying to avoid this situation where we treated somebody differently in one way and another, and them having some ability to come back. So that's why I'm struggling with it. So I can appreciate the explanation about that first part of the motion, and I'm fully supportive of the receiving the SCAP report because we're bringing that back in January for further discussion. I read the developers' concerns, and they talk quite a bit about subjectivity and things like that. So it's a very complicated process for as Councillor Bain says, a newbie. So I'll be in support of it, but I am having trouble with some of it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Jeffrey.
Sorry, we're in committee, so I'm just going to ask a second one. I just wanted to clarify too, the 3-year time clock for our ability as a town to be able to use an ICBL in other situations is being pushed off until these appeals are finalized, I believe. But I just wanted to confirm that 3-year timeline is getting pushed out exponentially.
Who would
as
like
we go.
to address that? Director Valentine, is that a question for you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's actually a legal question,
Yes.
and there is an opportunity to ask some questions related to this report in camera on the 19th, and I think that is a pertinent question to ask our legal advisors.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Doherty.
I'm sorry. I did forget to ask one question, and that would be one of our appeals right now is having to do with the implications on change of use for small retail. So I'm wondering if the proposed SCAP amendments here will also address that concern and therefore hopefully the appeal.
Yeah, Special Advisor Rayner, could you address that?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. You must be reading our mind, Councillor Doherty, because we sent an email almost verbatim to your question to Council for that appellant. We've had some preliminary conversations, which are probably more subject to in-camera discussions, but suffice it to say, we are anxiously awaiting their reply and certainly hopeful, because I think in general terms, the amendments proposed, if adopted, are trying to remove those smaller development, projects that are moving forward without the complications of SCAP.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we've had robust discussion, and I'll just say thank you, Special Advisor Rayner, for your service to our community over the last year, and good luck with your new position.
Here, here.
Okay, so all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, the next item that we will deal with is the consent agenda, and that is item 8. And I'll read in what's here, and then we'll see if anyone wishes to speak to any of these items listed. The council herein received the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. 8.1. Ministry of Transportation announcement, Resafe Restart Agreement, Phase 4 funding for the municipal transit. 8.2, Bill 23, More Homes Build Faster Act. And these were received from Georgina, Lambton Shores, Lanark Highlands, Mississauga, Northumberland, Orangeville, Prince Edward County, Plimpton, Wyoming, Pulsink, and Toronto. All right. Yeah, okay, so I need a mover and a seconder for those, please. Councillor Baines, Councillor Potts. Anyone have anything they wish to pull to speak to? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous, thank you. And now I'm going to move to item 10, which is public delegations. Would there be anyone who wishes to address the committee this evening?
Thank you, Chair Hamlin. We do have 4 attendees participating remotely at this time. If you'd like to address the Development and Operations Standing Committee regarding a matter within their jurisdiction, please press raise your hand feature. We have, yes, Chair Hamlin, we have Yuli Rath.
Okay, Mr. Rath, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good evening, members of the committee. My name is Uli Rath. I live at 81 St. Lawrence Street here in Collingwood. And I have reviewed your staff report P 2020-2-40 that unfortunately has been delayed, but I hereby, in the interest of time, will make 3 of my main comments. The first one is, there is no substantial rationale for including Collingwood under the growth plan called A Place to Grow for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Here are some considerations for why I believe Collingwood should be removed from the sphere of influence. 1, Collingwood lies 171 kilometers as the crow flies from the largest and most dense settlement area in all of Canada. The population of the core area covered by the Golden Horseshoe growth parameters is approximately 7.8 million people. By comparison, Collingwood has a population of, let's say, 25,000. The new draft official plan for Collingwood includes an intensification rate of 55% mandated by the Golden Horseshoe. By contrast, the intensification rate for Hamilton is 38, and for Ajax, it's 40. My question, should growth guidelines, such as intensification, be the same or higher for a small town like Collingwood, remote from the Greater Horseshoe, be more than for the most densely populated area of Canada? I believe this new council, which frankly now has much less land left for future development after the approval of the MZO, should focus on what is before us and withdraw from the influence of the Golden Horseshoe parameters. My second point, Collingwood should develop new zoning to encourage so-called mid-level housing that permits up to 3-story buildings in previously designated single residential zones and remove permission to build 8 and 12-story buildings from our official plan. The town's draft official plan, which now permits buildings of up to 12 stories high crammed onto narrow lots at transportation nodes, is an outdated model for housing policy. This model has been rejected in part because it does not adequately address the need for affordable assisted housing. a new housing model called, quote, the missing mid-level, which was originally pioneered by a Victoria-based developer called Ayers, is now under serious consideration across the country, including for the city of Toronto. I firmly believe that 12-story buildings are wrong for Collingwood and look forward to a decision on this matter by this committee. 5 to 6-story buildings in selected areas are more than adequate and can be complicated by a modern new policy made in Collingwood for mid-level housing. My third point, Collingwood should join a group of communities calling for the abolishment of the Ontario Land Tribunal. We need look no further than the recent Harbour House project. A sophisticated Toronto developer overloaded town staff with a complicated proposal. Time to reply ran out, so the developer took the town to court, which is what the Ontario Land Tribunal is. I was the only citizen participant observer at these proceedings. All planning was done in secret, guided by the town's lawyer and by a council that held numerous in-camera votes without sharing the details with the community of what was going on. As far as I know, here are some of what the Ontario Land Tribunal gave the developer of Harbour House. 1, a new definition of 6 stories for a building that is closer to 8 stories, setting a new precedent outside of our official plan. 2, a building on the town's harbor front that can ignore the guidelines of our waterfront master plan, as it only needed to be consistent with the general guidelines for good planning set out in the Planning Act. 3, Harbourfront only has to put in a 15% tree canopy as opposed to 30% in our current bylaw. And finally, and most outrageous, as you heard from my previous question, Harbour House gets full access to all our water, all the water it needs, without restrictions or rationing or any capacity constraints under the ICBL, without having to join the line until we get a new water plant. In summary, Ontario is the only province in Canada to have a land tribunal that acts as a court, the only one. Communities like Aurora and Newmarket have already passed council-endorsed motions to abolish the Ontario Land Tribunal. The ability of developers to leapfrog local planning rules via recourse to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which has no local representatives, is costly and time-consuming and delays the progress of our official plan. Let's put real planning into the hands of local taxpayers and their councils. Yes, things may be a bit slower, but in the end, we get more of what we want for our communities that help preserve our historic small town charm. And in conclusion, the province has called for more and better housing, free of complicated approvals under frozen development charges. Collingwood can do this. No, I'm actually at just under 5. Thank you. I will. Let's remove the straitjacket of the golden horseshoe rules. Let's get rid of the Ontario Land Tribunal, and let's adopt a mid-level flexible housing policy. If we don't think outside of the box at this moment, by giving the province what it wants, but under our rules, I am afraid that Collingwood could be well on its way to becoming another bedroom community of the Golden Horseshoe that has little left of its charm. Council, carpe diem, and thank you for the extension of time.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Clerk Almas, is there anyone else who wishes to address the committee this evening?
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, there is no further interest to address the Standing Committee.
Thank you. Item number 11 on the agenda is other business. Is there anything anyone at the table wish to raise this evening? Seeing none. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is just go back and subject to any contrary views, I'm going to propose that these items be deferred to a later meeting. The first one would be item 6.4. It's the minimum maintenance standards and levels of service update. Also, item 6.6, which is a report on the Ontario Housing Supply Action Plan. And the two departmental updates being 9.1 and 9.2. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Just very briefly, 6.6, if I read it correctly, it seemed like there was a bit of a deadline to that.
Yes, there is. I think this could move straight to council, however, on Monday. Does that meet the deadline, Director Valentines? Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for raising that. And seeing no other concerns, I'm going to ask for an adjournment. Councillor Jeffrey, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody.